the new world record to Kenya.
Going to the sprint.
With a new record.
Light it up. On the beat. Light it up. Gotta do it.
Together at Herzogenaurach, Germany, at the Adidas headquarters. Some of the best athletes of the world will be right here to chase records at one of the fastest courses in the world. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 5th edition of Adizero Road to Records. I'm Olympian Carrie Tellefson and also a former Adidas athlete, and we are thrilled to bring you back to Herzogenaurach right here on the Adidas headquarters. Today, we will see two 10Ks. The women and the men will run the 10K. We'll start with the men, and then we'll see two 5Ks, followed up by the mile. I am so excited to bring on in from Adidas Global Marketing. This is Spencer now. Spencer, you're behind this wonderful event. It's the 5th edition. How excited are you for today?
Carrie, I know what started as an idea to have our athletes, or to give our athletes a chance to run during that COVID period, has now become, as you said, our 5th edition. It's amazing to be here today. We talk about it being records. You know, we talked earlier, we've had 33 records, and within that, there's 3 world records. And I think there's just so many teams involved in this that have brought it to life. And, you know, when you start looking at some of the stats, some of the teams have put together a virtual run, which you can run the Adizero Road to Records around the world. And we have 346,000 people that have signed up for the virtual race, which is just phenomenal. Year on year, that's from 180,000 to 346, which is just amazing. 120 athletes here. Like I said, you look at those national records, and you know we're hoping to get some records today. But it's not just about the records. We have, as you know, a public 5K race, which this year we're going to have over 2,000 people. For the first time, we're going to have over 400 kids running in little Bambinos races as well. So, you know, year on year, it gets bigger and better, and, you know, just an amazing team puts us together, and, you know, we've been blessed with good weather again today, and let's hope we can, you know, get some of those records again.
Talk a little bit about what's different this year, because the course has changed slightly.
Yeah, you know, every year the athletes are always talking with us and, you know, trying to find that extra little bit. And, you know, not only is it the product and the product team to continue to do an amazing job just to get the best product on their feet and the apparel on their bodies, but of course we looked at the course and we look on it year on year, and we've done that again. As you can see, the finish line is in a different area. and we've changed the course. You know, some of the corners that were hard 90 degrees have been, you know, softened and become a little faster, and we think we've gained probably 3 to 4 seconds in some of the races, so we're pretty excited what we're going to see today.
Let me see what's in your hand. What are you showing us here?
Yeah, and like I said, you know, your great product team's doing amazing things, and today's another day where we're able to launch a new product. This is the Adizero Takumi Sen 10. And, you know, having been with the brand for a long time, I remember the first Takumi Sen. But, yeah, this is a phenomenal shoe, and the athletes will be using the shoe today in the races. So really excited about this product. It's one of our leading products in our Adizero range. So super excited about what the athletes can do in it today.
What does this event do for the Adidas brand as well?
Yeah, I mean, there's not any other brand that can talk about an event like this, that on their campus, bringing in 120 athletes. And like I said, you got a public race with over 2,000 people, kiddies races, etc. So really proud of the fact that, you know, it's a unique event. And like you said, we're in our 5th edition. So, yeah, we're very proud of that.
Let's talk about what record you think might fall today.
Oh, you're putting me on the spot. I'm super excited about each of the events because I think, you know, we talk about world records, but there's also an opportunity for personal records. So we've got, you know, so many different countries represented here. But yeah, if you want to go to the pinnacle, if you want to put me on the spot, I'm going to say the men's mile excites me the most. I just think through the change in the course, you come around the arena building, you got 180 meters to the finish line. I think it's going to be a barn burner. I think the athletes are really going to tear it up. But then I think, obviously, the women's 10 and the men's 5. I think those are the 3 highlight events where I'd be disappointed if we don't get something out of those 3 today.
Yeah, we'll see Emmanuel and Yomif and Agnes running those 3 races. Anything else today that you want to share about what you guys are doing here, and will we see a 6th edition hopefully next year?
Oh, we're definitely going to see a 6th edition. There's no doubt about that. It just continues to get bigger and better, and I think that it's a whole sense of community. I think if you look at the 1st edition of, you know, how many, we had the athletes and we had the world records, but when you look around and you see what this has become, and you see we're looking at thousands of people that are going to be here today watching. You know, if you've got 400 kids, 400 times 2, that's mom and dad coming with the kids, that's 800 people watching. So we're super excited about the sense of community that it brings. And, you know, we've got over, probably about 360 community members of our Adidas runners community from all around the world that have come in here today. So it's a sense of community, and, you know, this isn't just only an Adidas event. You know, we invite the people from across the road and from Nuremberg and Fürth and everywhere to come out here and enjoy the day with us.
Oh, I can't wait. This is going to be amazing. And let's get the show on the road, right? All right, Tim Hutchings, we're ready for you.
Thanks, Carrie. Yes, it is going to be a special morning of racing conditions. Really good.
Places like this matter to me. It was a track like this one where I first believed I could do something special. Now I am moving for the planet, so others have that same chance.
Marks, set.
Are you moving with me?
Go, 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 go. Drive, drive, drive. Highness. Don't stop. Don't. Guys, don't.
Seems like training is working.
Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff.
Well, there is the scene around the start-finish area, and as you can see, it is a glorious morning here. A little bit of cloud about. The cloud is expected to burn off. There's a slight wind here across Herzogenaurach and this Adidas campus. 9 degrees centigrade, the temperature. My name is Tim Hutchings. Looking forward to being with you now for the next 3 hours or so of wonderful races, as Kerry and Spencer were saying just now. The 10Ks come first, then the 5Ks for men and women, and then the mile races. The speedsters, the middle distance runners on this tight circuit will complete the day's racing. We are expecting fast times. This is the circuit that has produced 33 records over the last 4 years. And we get underway with the 10K. The men first, they start there. That's a slight downhill from the start, and then they get onto that loop, which is about 1,100 meters round, and they basically negotiate this in a clockwise direction. There's a very slight rise in the middle of the circuit, but it's a minimal rise. It's about 3 meters long, 3 meters high. I'm really looking forward to these races this morning. And the wonderful thing about the racing here is that it has produced records in the past, including world records, and the athletes know that. The 120 athletes that Spencer alluded to know they're coming to a circuit that produces super fast times. And even if that's subconsciously being thought about by them or not being thought about by them, they know they can come here and produce optimal performances. They've all trained really hard for the winter, some of them making their first race of the year today towards the end of April. Others have had a busy indoor season, but they're all being projected towards a very, very busy summer ahead. You can see athletes and others posing and getting ready by the start-finish line, and the crowds will grow here as the morning wears on. There's a mass race later on with about 1,500 in it, I think. But I think the atmosphere or excitement here is almost tangible, because people know that there are big names here. Right from the off, the men's 10K gets underway in about 4 minutes' time, and that has some super fast athletes in it indeed. 4 athletes in it who have broken the 27-minute barrier. And that is really the benchmark of super quick 10K running on the roads. Shoe technology has made huge advancements. There's no point in denying that, and it has enabled times in some distances, people are now saying, to be quicker on the roads than on the track. Hard to believe, isn't it? The world record 26:24 Baronix Kipruto was in Valencia over 5 years ago now. That is due for being rewritten, but look out for Nicolas Correa-Kirmeli, Rodrigo Quizera, Tadesse Worku, Berhanu Bailu. They were all the sub-27-minute athletes here, and there are others here too who will be looking for personal bests and be pushing closer and closer to the very front end. And we may get surprises. One of the things about athletics that I love is when there is not much predictability. We don't want to know who's going to win. We want to see fabulous competition. And the other thing I should mention, just a word of caution, is we talk about records an enormous amount. This is called the Road to Records, the Adizero Road to Records. But most important, for me anyway, for the longevity of the sport, is fabulous racing. And we are guaranteed that this morning. There you can see Berhanu up on the front rank, identically clad, these athletes. Thankfully the names are pretty good size on their bibs. But we are looking at 3 athletes in particular here who we hope will run super fast. Berhanu Bailu. There are pacemakers as well. Berhanu Bailu is second to the right there, the first red vest to the right of picture. He is running for Bahrain, 3rd here last year in 13:12 in the 5K. This, of course, is the 10K. We're expecting a winning time of around 27 minutes, something like that. They've got 2 minutes to go. Bailu, well, he's super fast on the track, 7:31 indoors. He holds the area record for Bahrain and that region, Middle East. But he also has enormous strength as well, and great speed. 4th in the 5K here back in 2022. On his day, he can beat almost anyone, Berhanu Bailu. And as I say, 5th in the 5K here a couple of years ago. Rodrigo Quizera is also there. 3rd last year, the Burundian. 3rd here in 2022. And 3rd in the 5K here in 23. So he's got a record, 3 consecutive 3rd places at 5K or 10K over the last 3 years. And he's in great form, as Rodrigo Quizera. Won the Prague Half Marathon 3 weeks ago in a 58:54, a new national record. He won it with a sprint too. He's a fast finisher. Let's have a look at them. There he is, Quizera, in fabulous form, the bearded Burundian. And Nicolas Correa-Kirmeli with a best of 26:51. That was in Brasov, Romania, 3 years ago. He's the defending champion. He won last year in 27:05, a very close finish, where the first 4 were within 4 seconds of each other, just outside 27 minutes. There he is, perhaps the pre-race favourite. He is the defending champion. As I said, it's 7 full laps plus a 994-metre run-in for these fellas. They start on the long straight between the Novena and Podium buildings here on the Adidas campus. And they are underway. We have the racing started here at the 2025 edition, the 5th edition of the Adizero Road to Records. Great road surface. They have ensured that some of the corners that in the past have been a little bit tight, that means a slowing down and loss of rhythm for the athletes. They've ensured that some of those corners are slightly more curved and more gentle and more sympathetic for the athletes than in years gone by. Two pacemakers out there. There are Shadrach Kipkoech and Gudesa Muleta. And looking to take these fellas out at, well, a super fast tempo. Around 240, 242 per kilometre. We will get the kilometre splits, hopefully, appearing. And if not, then I should have them on the computers here if everything, all the wiring's joined up. And I'll be able to give you the progress of the athletes through the race. But they do need to start fast. It is a bit cooler than we expected here this morning. It is also a little bit windier than we expected here this morning. So these athletes have got to go out perhaps a little bit more aggressively than they planned. Adizero has tucked in right behind the two pacemakers there. You can see him in between the two black vests. He's going with this early tempo. Just a minute and a half on the clock now. And already some athletes beginning to struggle with this tempo. Athletes flown in by Adidas from all over the world. They're at different territories. And of course, therefore, quite a spread of abilities. One or two athletes in here who have not gone too far under 30 minutes. But the very best of them, well, they've gone below 27, and many, many athletes here have gone below 28. And already a very clear separation between that leading pack. Just over 2 minutes on the clock. And it does look like Adizero, the 23-year-old Ethiopian, who was a second here back in 2021, is the man most up for it. He's going with the pacemakers here. And they've completed that first three-quarter lap, so to speak. 2.5 minutes on the clock as they come past us here at the finish line. They go through the finish line arch, and now they have 7 full laps to run. And Tadesse, well, he is Adizero. He's building a bit of a gap between the pack. He's right up there with the two pacemakers, building a bit of a gap back to that pack. And he does look hungry for this. He's very, very strong. My notes say he may push the second half, but he's pushing it early on here, and that's good. I love the honesty of that. Well, that first kilometre, 2:42. That projected finish time then, 27:04. And that's very promising indeed if the pack can get up with him. We need there to be a race up at the front end, so it's a long, lonely circuit for him if he's to be out there on his own. But 2:42 is pretty much spot on. If they can get under 27 here, that would be quite fabulous. The meeting record, so to speak, is 26:42 by Ronix Kipruto, the world record holder. He didn't break the world record. He ran 26:42 here in Herzo back in September 21 when it was an end of summer road race meeting. His world record 26:24 was set in Valencia the previous year, back in January 2020. So it's been around a little while now, that world record. It's only a matter of time before it's broken. Now the pack beginning to get up with Adizero getting closer to him. Gemechu it is now, up at the front end. Gemechu Dida Deriba, 25-year-old Ethiopian, a best of 27:12. That was in Lille in March last year. He's a good track racer, good track pedigree. Fabulous on the half marathon too. He's run a 58:39 half marathon. Remember, a half marathon, 21K, over twice this distance. So he has enormous strength, good speed too. He's a 7:42 performer indoors at 3,000. And listen to this. Gemechu Diriba, who is right up there at the front end at the moment, won the Berlin half marathon 3 weeks ago in 58:43. He missed the course record by 1 second, but anything down under 59 minutes for a half marathon, super fast. And he's attacking this. He was only 7th here last year, and he looks like he's hungry for a much better position than that. Well, that is the shoe most of the athletes are wearing, the Adidas Pro 4. 2:38, that second kilometre. It's accelerated. That's wonderful. 26:42, the projected winning time. And that is exactly on the meeting record by Kipruto here in Herzog in September 21. That was on a tougher circuit with a much bigger hill here on the campus. They've shortened the circuit. They pretty much make a nice circle here on the campus. 7 full laps they've got to do after that initial couple of minutes negotiating the first half lap. And this pack are pushing hard to try and go with those leaders. Jafet Kemboy Kozgai there, beginning to get left a little bit. He's a 28:57 performer. But I'll tell you what, when they're stretched out this much with only 6.5 minutes on the clock, you know it's aggressive racing up at the front end. Look at the tempo there by Gemechu Diriba. Left of picture. He is absolutely flying, this man. And he is super consistent at the half marathon. Listen to this. He's run 7 half marathons, 6 of them under 60 minutes. He's fabulously consistent at the half marathon, and he has got enormous strength. Now, I mentioned he was only 7th here last year. He doesn't want to get caught up in any sprinting at the tail end. He wants to make this a real test of strength, and critically, and I mentioned earlier how important confidence is, the mindset of these athletes. His confidence is sky high after that Berlin half marathon win, 58:43. On a cold morning in Berlin 3 weeks back, 58:43. Missed the course record by 1 second, very frustratingly. Indeed, when he crossed the line, it looked like he'd broken it by 1 second, but the time was adjusted. And he's not afraid of not thinking about the others, is he? No dependence upon the pack. Setting his own tempo here. Really well muscled in the legs as well. He's got a fabulous physique. So many of the East African great distance runners, some of the legends like Paul Turgat are long and lean, or at least they were in their day. I saw Paul Turgat last year at the Olympic Games, and he's definitely got a retired appearance about him, let's say. But so many of the East Africans are long and lean when they're in their best racing form. But Gemechu Diriba, well, he looks fabulously muscled, more like a middle distance racer. Well, 2:44 that last kilometre, 26:53 is the projected winning time. They've gone through 3,000 there. See if we can pull up these splits.
Hi Adidas, Road to Record 2025. Hier sind die Top-Athleten über die 10 Kilometer.
3K in 8:04 was the split, and that is quick, really quick. Gemechu here, it's almost like he's enticing the others. He's just like a carrot being dangled out in front of them, because he's the one dragging them along. He has a little look over his shoulder there to see what sort of damage he's done. Rodrigo Quizera is there, Verhanu is there, so is Beraket as well. That's good running from him as they come past us here by the finish line. 6 laps to go, 9 minutes on the clock. There you can see that map, top right of your screen, the circuit they are negotiating here at the Adidas campus in Herzogenaurach. Well, this pack of four working very hard. And there's no doubt about it. This is going to be quick this morning. It does seem, from the splits they've churned out over the last 10 minutes, because they've been going for 10.5 minutes now, that the wind isn't really affecting these fellas too much. Maybe they're a little bit more sheltered there. My commentary position here is a slightly raised platform by the finish line. A little bit exposed. Now, I have to tell you, it's decidedly cool on this Saturday morning. It is only 9:10 local time. It will warm up. Indeed, the forecast was for today to be a lovely sunny day, but it's, well, let's just say, if that cloud does get burnt off, it's going to take a little while through this morning. But Gemechu Diriba, with a best of 27.12, is on tempo here. The last kilometre at 2:41. He's on schedule for a personal best here. That fourth kilometre at 2:41. And that's a projected finishing time of 26.53. It would be ideal if he could get a little bit of assistance here, but this is his choice to push on hard like this out in front, using that half-marathon strength. The strange thing is that that gap between him and this quartet hasn't grown. One man out in front, the pack of four trying to run him down, or at least live with this tempo he's dictating at the moment. Birhanu Belu there to the right of this front pairing, and Rodrigo Crisera is there just in the front now of this chasing quartet. He's got a small beard. He was third here last year in 27.07. Crisera, and he is in fabulous form. Remember, said he won that Prague half marathon 3 weeks ago in 58.54 with a sprint, a perfectly timed sprint, and he has got good speed. Crisera, 13.04 for 5,000. So the 5K split is significant. That's coming up in less than a minute's time. The pace has been pretty solid. Not super consistent, but it's consistent enough. It's gone 2:42, 2:38, 2:44, 2:41. And what's this fifth kilometre going to be? They'll be looking here for something around 13:30 at 5K. And Crisera, of this, what was a quartet, have they dropped somebody? Yes, they have. 3 now in the chasing group, and they will not let Gemechu Diriba build a gap. They're staying all the time, that sort of 20 yards, 20 meters or so behind him. Maybe it's 20, 25 meters. I don't know if it's growing or not. But looking for that 5K split now. And it looks like they've gone through 5K in 13:29. That is super quick. Sub 27 tempo. Obviously, a projected finishing time of 26.57, 26.58, certainly below 28 minutes. But somebody else surely is going to have to help Diriba out there in front make this tempo right. Don't think the world record is in sight. Kipruto's 26.24 in Valencia back in 2020 was extraordinary. In Valencia, of course, one of those Spanish cities like Castellón and Barcelona and one or two others that are producing super fast times year after year now, race after race. Conditions down in the Mediterranean countries are so often ideal. Not in the full height of the summer, but in the winter months when Northern Europe is freezing. Down in Southern Europe, you still get those lovely days of between 10 and 15 degrees centigrade, and on flat courses with little wind, conditions couldn't be much better. The crowd building quite significantly down around the finish area here as Deriba pushes on. Nearly 15 minutes on the clock now. That 5K split, 13:29, very promising. If they can wind it up here, start racing and maybe go quicker through the second half, we could see significantly under 27 minutes. I don't know if Ronix Kipruto's meeting record is under threat. I don't think so. 26:42, probably beyond them after that 5K split. That was back in 2021. But the racing is quite superb at the moment. Still, Deriba out in front, leading the tempo. No change, single file now, more or less, because of this aggressive running from the Ethiopian. We understand Deriba, the leader here, had stomach problems last night, and yet it doesn't look like it to me. He's running superbly. What would he be doing if he didn't have stomach problems last night? That's the question. He's sticking to his game plan though, isn't he? This is the sort of tactic that you think about for days, maybe weeks before a race. You want to run aggressively. You want to make sure the tempo is really fast and honest. And if others want to go with him, be up alongside him, that's fine, that's up to them. But he's making it very, very tough for them. 2:44 for that 6th kilometre. Same time as the 3rd kilometre. Quizera still looks the keenest for me. Rodrigo Quizera still looks the keenest of those in the chasing pack to go with Gemichu Dida. He's doing the aggressive running. The others are behind him, hanging onto him now. But this is the 3rd quarter of the race, and psychologically, this is absolutely critical. This is the toughest part of the race. Through the first half, you're reasonably fresh. You should be running within yourself. In the final quarter, the last lap and a half or so, you will be sort of psychologically aware that the finish is within sight, that you can really give 100%. This 3rd quarter of the race is the toughest because it's the one where you're tired, the finish is still a long way away, and these questions keep creeping into your mind. But Rodrigo Quizera, well, after that Prague half marathon win 3 weeks back and his 3rd place here last year, he knows this circuit. Indeed, he was 3rd here in the 5K back in 2023. He's finished 3rd on each of the last 3 times he's raced here. He was 3rd in 22 in the 10K, 3rd in the 5K in 23, 3rd last year in the 10K. So Quizera pushing hard here. I would imagine in the back of his mind he's thinking, I will not be 3rd again. I will not be 3rd again. I want to be better than that. But first is a tall order at the moment because Gemichu Deriba has been punching out a super fast tempo, and I'm just trying to see where he is because those 3 now are right behind the timing vehicle. I'm wondering if he's dropped out, actually. So here are the trio leading, and I'm just trying to see where Gemichu, he's back with them now. They have sucked him in. Yeah, he's at the back of this trio, and he has eased back on the throttle. He'd worked so hard for some 15 minutes out in front on his own, and he must have eased back in this latest kilometre. We're in this 7th kilometre now. That last kilometre, 2:44. Again, it has slowed a little bit. He projected finishing time 27:03 still. But Gemichu there is 3rd from left. Rodrigo Quizera 2nd to left. And now
So here they are.
we've got 5 in it. They come past us very shortly at the finish line. There is Gemichu, Rodrigo Quizera, Behanu it is, who's in 3rd place. And they're virtually on the point of lapping athletes now. Such is the speed they're moving at, these men. They come through in front of us. 2 laps to go. The lead vehicle, there you see it with a camera on it, shows them the time of their last kilometre, and it shows them their projected time, so they're constantly getting loads of information. 5 fellas in it, big gap behind them, and anybody's race now. It doesn't look like it's going to be a world record, it doesn't look like it's going to be a meeting record. It will be a course record in effect, because this is an adjusted circuit. So on a new circuit, this is a course record, but it matters not. The most important thing here now is that you've got 5 men moving at about 27-minute tempo, super fast, and a brilliant race building. Rodrigo Herzogenaurach to the left of picture. Some people would be putting money on him. He was 3rd here last year. He's Mr. Consistent, my notes say beside his name. And we know he's in wonderful form. Produced great performances, 3rd places over 5k and 10k here. This is his 4th consecutive year racing in Herzogenaurach. And now Nicholas Kipkorir-Kemaili hits the front for the first time. He is the fastest in the field with that 26.51 in Brasov, Romania 3 years ago. He is the defending champion. And has he timed this one perfectly as they go into the last lap and a half? He won last year in 27.05. And we're looking for that 8k split now. I don't think I missed it. It'll come up very shortly. In fact, the 8k has just gone by. And unofficially, it looks like 21.52 at 8k. That's 5 miles, by the way, a little bit quicker than the traffic in your local big city. 2:44 for that kilometre, the 8th kilometre. So they have slowed a little bit. 5k was reached in 13:29 with Gemichu Diriba out in front. Then he began to tire in the last 3 kilometres, each of them, the 6th, 7th, 8th kilometres have been 2:44 per split. And we have a fabulous race building now. He set it up so well, did Gemichu Diriba. But is he going to get reward for that early front-running aggression? Nicholas Kipkorir-Kemaili, 2nd in the Prefontaine 10,000 metres last year in Eugene, Oregon, that big track gathering every year. He ran 26.50 there, a personal best, but he had a disappointing Olympics, did Nicholas Kipkorir-Kemaili. Only 14th in Paris last summer, over 10,000 metres. He produced a great run in the autumn. He was 3rd in the Delhi half marathon in 59.59. 60 minutes, the benchmark of world-class racing these days on the over the half-marathon distance. He was 4th in the world cross-country in Belgrade last year. He's fabulous in all services. He's the complete runner, is Nicholas Kemaili. Great on track, road, and country. And for me, that means so much. They come down past us now with 1 lap to go, about 23:35 on the clock as they go through the final circuit coming. 7 full laps they had to complete with the first 2/3 of a lap. So they've got about 1,200 meters to go, about 3 minutes to run. And it is going to be very close to 27 minutes. It would be lovely to see them go under 27 minutes again here today. In history, 25 men have broken 27 minutes on the road. 13 of them Kenyans, 5 of them Ethiopians, 2 Ugandans. You can understand from those stats the dominance of the East Africans. We're on the final circuit now, and it's still Kwizera at the front. The bearded Burundian leading now, and these 3 beginning to get away. And the early leader, Gemichu Diriba, is one of the 3. And Nicholas Kipkorir-Kemaili is just to the right there of this group. He's latched onto them. but is he struggling to stay with them? This is now becoming a tactical final lap because 4 with about 800 meters to run. 2 laps of the track outdoors, if you want to put it in stadium athletics terms. And Nicholas Kipkorir-Kemaly there. Towards the back of the group, is he struggling? Rodrigo Quizera, we know he's in fabulous form. Remember that sprint finish to win the Prague half marathon 3 weeks ago. Very soon they'll take the final right-hand turn and come into the new finishing straight, 180 meters long, dead straight towards the finish line. We'll get a wonderful view of it, and it does look like Kipkorir-Kemaly is losing ground on this trio. He's back in 4th place. They've got about 400 meters to run, 25.5 minutes on the clock, maybe slightly more than that. Gemechu, you sort of want him to win, don't you? Your heart wants him to win because he made the early running. He led through 5K in 13:29, did so much of the early work. But Behranu will be a real danger here, the 29-year-old Bahrainian. Don't forget him, he's a 26:57 performer. He won the 5K here 2 years ago. He was 3rd here last year in the 5K, the former Ethiopian. And we're back to 4. And now Nicholas Kipkorir-Kemaly to the right there. Looks like he's got his sprint on. They haven't yet entered the finishing straight. And Behranu kicks hard, the Bahrainian. On his day, my notes say he can beat anyone. And he may do that here today in Herzogenaurach. What a sprint from him. Here he goes. The final turn into the finishing straight. And he's timed that to perfection. He has the finish line in sight. But Hanu Bailu of Bahrain kicks for the line. And he's away. And surely they're not going to get back to him now. Gemechu in 2nd. Quizera in 3rd. Punching towards the line here. Pushing really hard. He's going to take this one by a small margin. And look at the clock. It is going to be quick. It's going to be way, way below 27 minutes. 26:48, 49, 27. Under 26 minutes there, 26:53 perhaps unofficially. That is super quick. That is one of the fastest times in history by this man. Absolutely superb. That quite possibly is the in the top 10 fastest times in history. It makes him about the 10th fastest man in history. Wow. Brilliant racing, brilliantly fast racing here to kick off the day at this 5th edition of the Adizero Road to Records 2025. Incredible finish. I don't think there's ever been a mass finish of 4 men coming way under 27 minutes like that in history. I think that was the greatest mass finish in a 10K there's ever been. That was just supreme. Well, what a way to start the day here in Herzogenaurach. We're waiting for confirmation of that finishing time. But Behranu Bailu looks like 26:54 is the official winning time. Boy, oh boy. The crowd loving it. There it is, confirmation of the win for the Bahrainian, 26:54. The first 3 on the same time. Deriba, the early leader, in 2nd. Quizera in 3rd, 26:54 for Burundi. And Kipkorir-Kemaly, the best of the Kenyans, 26:56 in 4th place. Well, can you believe it? No Kenyan in the first 3. I'm not sure that's happened here before.
Behranu, you won the first race here today at Road to Records and set a national record. Congratulations. Tell us about your race.
የመጀመሪያውን ውድድር አሸንፈሃል። ስለ ውድድርህ እስቲ ንገረን።
በጣም ደስ ብሎኛል በማሸነፌ። ናሽናል ሪከርድም ሰብሬያለሁ። ቤስት ሰዓቴንም ሮጫለሁ። በጣም ደስ ይለኛል። በተኮችንም በጣም ማመስገን እፈልጋለሁ።
He says he is very happy. He wins the Road to Records, the first race, and he did national record. Today he say very, very happy for it. Okay.
He waited so patiently until that last turn to really put his big move on. What was he thinking? Was he relaxed? Was he intense? What was going on in his mind?
እስከ መጨረሻው በጣም ራስን ጠብቀህ መጨረሻ ላይ አሸነፍክ። ለምንድን ነው እንደዚህ ያደረግከው?
የተባልኩትን ኮች የሰጠኝን ነው ያደረኩት። ራስክን ጠብቀህ ለማሸነፍ ስላለኝ እሱን ያደረኩት እንጂ ሌላ ነገር አስቤ አይደለም።
I listen only my coach advice to wait at last lap, and I did that one, and I succeed what they advised me.
Well, congratulations. What a show you just put on for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, he did what his coach advised him, and behind every coach, of course, there is a team, and the coach gave him the perfect advice this morning to take that title. Beilu Barhanu of Bahrain, the former Ethiopian, 26.54, an area record for the Middle East, that is, and Gemichu Diriba Dida, 26.54, a personal best for him in second, and Rodrigo Quizero of Burundi, a national record for him in third, 26.54 as well, almost inseparable the first three. In fourth place, 26.56, didn't even make the rostrum, Nicholas Kipkore Kimeli, 26.56 for Kenya. Well, the women coming next, and their engines are revving. Their race due off very shortly. And we have a super strong field in that women's race, and there are big hopes of a super fast times in that one as well. Perhaps even, dare whisper it, perhaps a world record, because the main light, the leading light in the women's 10K is the world record holder, 24-year-old Agnes Ngetic of Kenya, who in a mixed 10K ran 28.46. In Valencia, just last October, not long ago. There is Spencer Nell writing the time, I think, of the winner. Yeah, 26.54, an area record and a national record as well, of course, for the winner there, Birhanu Beilu. Didn't he kick hard? It was a kick worthy of a gold medal in the major championships. It may not have been they do love their racing here at Adidas. They love their fast performances as well. And if you can combine the two, you've got the perfect mix, the perfect concoction. And that's what's been served up already here. Well, Spencer Nell, the man who puts his whole year, an awful lot of energy into ensuring these top athletes sponsored by Adidas get plenty of great shoes, plenty of great gear, and are guided towards the big races by their coaches and their support teams. And he, of course, in his element here, being able to write the winning time on the shoes there of the athlete Birhanu Beilu, 26.54. It gives validation, of course, to his and his whole team here in Herzogenaurach. Yeah, that is special, 26.54. Like I said, only a small number of men in history have gone below 27 minutes. And this morning we've seen 4 of them do it in this one first race. Indeed, before today, only 37 times ever has 27 minutes been broken by 25 different men over the 10K distance on the roads. Only 37 times, or he can add another 4 to that number after this morning.
Not bad for a Sunday morning, huh? Yeah, I see you, Ben. Hold on. Whoa, Reese, I know that's not you at the back. Should we play the song for him, Josephine?
Oh, yes, please. Play that tune.
Don't make me play it for you, Reese. I'm good. This one's for you, yeah? Not today. Come on, dig deep now. You love it, Reese. We love it. Come on. You're killing me. Yes, Reese.
Adidas and Common Goal have partnered again for Move to the Planet. Each project is unique to their community needs.
Es importante educarnos en sostenibilidad.
Οι περισσότεροι από τους διαμένοντες εδώ δεν είναι καθόλου εξοικειωμένοι με τις έννοιες της ανακύκλωσης ή της βιωσιμότητας.
Es hacer que más niños, niñas, adolescentes y jóvenes tengan esta posibilidad, acceso a esta educación.
Sports acts as a universal language here.
I coach soccer, but there's also the education side. So you're not only focused on sports, but also the life skill sessions.
Plastic is orange.
What is rewarding about these projects is being able to tangibly see the impact on individuals and communities.
Yes, Adidas, a company that gets involved at community level, where and when it can. But a look back now at the men's 10K, which has just delivered up supreme racing. If you've joined us in the last few minutes, well, you missed a real humdinger. Almost 8 laps around this Adidas campus in Herzogenaurach in southern Germany. The early pace, well, it was good and fast, and it was Gemichu Diriba, to give him his full name, the Ethiopian 25-year-old who laid down the early tempo through 5K in 13:29. That was 26:58 tempo, obviously sub 27-minute pace, and it got quicker. The second half was some 5 seconds quicker indeed. The second half must have been 13:25. Those were the 2 splits. And that, of course, a lot of that down to the sprints that sorted out this pack that were together. Gemichu, well, he pushed on with those early kilometers, 2:42, 2:38, 2:44, 2:41. Got a 5K in 13:29, but he never really could shake off the attentions of a chasing quartet. They were always there or thereabouts. The gap never got more than about 20-25 meters. And then through the second half, they all started focusing on the finish. Rodrigo Quizera, a man with oozing confidence, super consistent, massive win at the Prague half marathon 3 weeks ago. He couldn't match the sprint finish of Birhanu Belu of Bahrain, who took it there. The first 3, well, you could almost have thrown a blanket over them, and you could see there Quizera punching the air in second place. He'd been defeated, but he knew he'd run a fabulously quick time, and indeed a personal best for him there, with by a couple of seconds from his time here in Herzogenaurach 3 years ago. Well, the temperature said it will climb. It was 9 degrees about 45 minutes ago. It's climbed 1 whole degree. It is pretty cool here, I have to tell you. Perhaps a little bit cooler than ideal. That wind, 11 kilometers per hour from the southwest. Well, that is, again, not ideal. So the conditions are good, but not super good. It didn't stop the men, though, producing really quick times, something special. I wonder if we can see the same in the women's 10K, which comes up next. It's due underway in about 10 minutes' time.
All right, everybody, I'm down here with two of the happiest guys, always joking around and having fun, but Bjorn Gulden, the CEO of Adidas, and also Haile Gebrselassie, one of the most legendary athletes of all time, Olympic champion, world record holder. You two are having a fun time out here. Bjorn, let's start with you. What does it mean to have this event right here on your campus?
Well, I think it's unbelievable. This is sport, this is Adidas. We bring the best people to the best campus, and we have fun.
You sure do have fun. Haile, we just saw one of the top 10 fastest 10Ks ever run right here. What did that mean to you, and where were you watching it?
I was watching in front of that screen. It was amazing. Well, I knew it, just from the beginning, what they did, especially Brahanu Balau. He's a really very smart runner. Yeah. And he broke a national record, and it was fantastic.
He really ran a smart race. You as an athlete, I mean, do you miss this? Do you miss the nerves? Do you miss the excitement?
Yeah, a lot. I wish, to be one of the competitors today, but didn't work. I mean, okay, no problem. After a few hours, me and we'll be together.
You and Bjorn having fun. Bjorn, tell us what this event means to Adidas.
Well, as I said, Adidas is about sports. This is the home of Adidas, the home of sports, and bringing all these runners and the Adidas family here means everything.
Well, you being a leader here, you are the CEO of Adidas. That is something that it's heavy on your shoulders at times, but it's also so fun. Can you say what it means to you when you walk out here? 345,000 people are doing the virtual run today. That's pretty special.
Well, I think the feeling is goosebumps, because I think in this complicated world where there's so many issues, it shows how important sports is. And I really think that sports is the thing that brings us together across all kinds of stuff. And then being in charge of Adidas is then, a gift. I also would like to be an athlete like Haile. But we will limp through the 5K in a couple of hours, right?
Yeah, both of us in trouble. Both of us, had surgery of knee.
Yes.
But it's going to be interesting race between you and me.
Oh, my goodness. I love it. Well, you know what, Haile? We have a little bit of coverage of Agnes training back in Kenya, getting ready for this race today. So can you walk us through what she's thinking when she heads to the start line here in the women's 10K coming up, and also what you thought of when you were training for events like this?
Well, you see, a race of a day, the most important part. But, for us as an athlete, before that race, it should be, something very serious. And today, now, the wind, not so much, and everything is perfect. And they can, we can see something of already one national record is happening. And plus, the 10 or the 8 fastest 10K today. That is amazing.
Hey, and then don't forget the shoes.
Of course. Without that, impossible. Those athletes, doing, this is a track, almost a track race. Yeah. Run under 27 minutes is amazing. That's thank you very much, Adidas, to provide, such a wonderful technology. But it should have been, just when I ran, 15 years ago.
I wish I had the shoes too back then.
Well, they would have been, under 2 hours.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. Well, thank you both so much for today. And now we are getting ready to honor Agnes Tirop in the 10K for women. A woman that ran the world record right here on this campus, only to be brutally murdered 3 weeks later.
Hey, it's Ayo.
Hey, it's Anjani.
Good to hear from you.
It's Lynn. How are you doing?
Hey, it's Sandy. How are you doing?
Yes, Agnes Tirop set a world record here back in September 2021. In the first edition of the Road to Records, she died just a month later back in Kenya murdered by her husband. She was an extraordinary talent. Bronze medalist in the World Championships 10,000 meters in 2017 and 2019. And Kenyan athletes setting up
kilometer race at the awards.
Setups Angels, an NGO fighting gender-based violence in Kenya and beyond. Soon after a tragic death.
54 seconds. Congratulations to Herzogenaurach.
Well, let's have a look at the presentations for this first event, the men's 10K. What a race it was. And in third place was Herzogenaurach to the right of picture there. The early leader taking second, Kemichu Dida. Both of them run 26.54 for Burundi. And Ethiopia respectively, with the champion from Bahrain, a former Ethiopian in Bahraini since October 2014, Berhanu Baylor there. In the same time as the second and third places, 26.54. What a kick he produced, that speed!
In 26 minutes and 54 seconds, from Ethiopia,
9 kilometers of hard running.
Dida. And the winner of the 10K race in men's category,
Dida second,
finishing in 26 minutes and 54 seconds, new national record. Please welcome Mr. Balef Berhanu.
Berhanu there setting an area record for the Middle East, a national record for Bahrain, 26.54. Only won by a metre or so, but a centimetre is enough.
Executive Director, Lebenshilfe Erlangen-Höchstadt, will handing over.
Don't see that too often. I suspect that is unique. First, second and third, under 27 minutes, all on 26.54. Quite fabulous racing. And that women's 10K, by the way, is now 4 minutes away. We will introduce you to the athletes in that one, of course, just before the gun goes to set them off on their identical journey. Almost 8 laps of this Adidas campus in Herzogenaurach. Well, I'm joined in the commentary box as we see these first 3 in that men's 10K, the first of 6 races, celebrate their fabulous race, their fast times by Carrie Tollefson, who we've seen out there chatting to one or 2 guests over the last 45 minutes or so. Carrie, it's not an ideal morning, it's pretty cool, there's been a bit of breeze, but actually, do you know what, I reckon in the last 5 or 10 minutes the breeze has eased off. There's no wind now, is there?
There really is no wind out there, to be honest, at least where I've been standing, but it actually is very nice weather to run. You know, it's a little chill when you're standing, but the athletes seem very calm and collected when they're finished, and it's going to be an exciting race here.
It is going to be an exciting race, and certainly, I don't know whether it's because I'm raised a metre in the air or what, but there was wind here just before the start of that men's 10K. There's no wind now, but just before the start of this women's 10K. And Agnes Ngetic is very much the athlete that so many eyes are on. She holds the world record from January last year in Valencia. She ran 28.46, and there is talk of her being in fine fettle. There she is, she wears 2:01. She's the defending champion, 30:03. She won last year by 36 seconds, Carrie. Yeah. Very comfortable victory indeed. And we know she's in good shape, don't we? I mean, my notes say she could attack the world record here, but she's running the Grand Slam track series, that Michael Johnson innovative series of track races only, 3 weeks or so ago in Kingston, Jamaica. She ran really well in that, so we know her form is good on the shorter distances.
Well, she has such range. I mean, she's run 8:28, and that was a new PB, as you said, at the Grand Slam track just a month ago. And now she's been able to actually have such great strategy as well.
So here we go, the athletes on the start line then. Well, Gomut Gebrizer is a 29.34 performer, 7th here last year, but she's in better shape than that now, is the 23-year-old.
to run under 29 minutes.
She was
From
second
Kenya,
in Valencia,
world record holder,
just on the
Agnes
12th of January this year. Lost by 4 seconds to Heli
starter of the
Logun,
race
but
is
Agnes
ex-Cricket
Nigetic
Board
is out there. She is the world
member
record holder.
Obaya.
She's the defending champion. Second in the Grand Slam track, 3,000 3 weeks ago, and second in the 5,000. Won the Valencia half marathon on the 27th of October in 63:04. That was a national record for Kenya. She's the second fastest in history at the half marathon, is Agnes Nigetic. Carrie, I wonder if the pacemakers will be able to help her for very long here, because the tempo she's going to be laying down.
Well, I would think they could get to 3K, but she is going to be going for it, and she looks like she is ready. And we've seen that now over the past year or two. She's not afraid to lead races and to really set her own pace.
No, absolutely right. Pacemakers wearing all black. That's Joyce Jepkoskai Biwott and Monica Jeptarus. Let's hope they can do a good job here. She has had some frustrating experiences, Nigetic, over the last couple of years. Back in September 23, 18 months or so ago, in Brasov, Romania, she set what she thought was a world record of 29:24, beating Agnes Tirop's 30:01 in a women's-only race. But it was 25 meters short. Now that converts to about 4 seconds, and she broke the world record, or would have broken the world record by a massive margin, by over half a minute. So it was incredibly frustrating for her. The Brasov race organizer's good friend, he won't get that wrong again, and of course those races coming up in September this year. But she has it all, doesn't she, Nigetic? When you think of her half marathon strength, the second fastest in history at the half marathon, you look at her middle distance speed on the track. She ran 8:28 just 3 weeks ago in Kingston, Jamaica for 3,000. She comes here perfectly positioned to run a great 10K.
I really think she has that sharpness of the shorter distances, but also she has that strength from the half marathon that she ran so well. But you know what I love about her story is that her mother was a really good runner, and that Agnes loves different sports, so she's very agile. She played volleyball and basketball and different things, so she's a little bit different than some of the East African athletes that have really only run. And I love that she is sharing that, and she tells that she just has this love of sport. She is so competitive over all different types of sport. It's really neat.
Well, it always helps if your mummy or dad was a great sportsman in the sport that you take up yourself. It's like going home to a training camp almost as a kid. And she hits the front already there, and Nigetic isn't happy with the pace of the pacemakers. We've got 2 minutes on the clock, and she's gone past the pacemakers. That's extraordinary.
You said it. I thought they would give her a little bit of a run for her money for the first 3K, but nope, she is getting after it.
The pacemakers here weren't able to hold the front for more than 2 minutes before Nigetic hit the front. But when she ran that 28:46 in Valencia in October last year, not long ago, she improved the world record by 28 seconds, which was held by Yahualo of Ethiopia. And she is dragging this field out at a super fast tempo. They've completed that first 3/4 lap. They come past us now, here by the finish line, with 7 laps to go. And she's leading them a merry dance already. This is a super strong field. I mean, Gebrezer is a 29:34 performer. Belaine, a 30-minute exactly performer. And yet, she's reducing it to single file with only 3 minutes on the clock. 2:52, that first kilometre. 28:38 is the projected finishing time.
Well, that's where her 8:28 3K PB that we just talked about that came in just a few weeks ago. That's where you're getting off the line, getting out hard. It feels natural right now, but you know, we saw on the men's side a couple different changes of leads, and that pack came together, so lots can happen over 10K.
Well, it can, but look how quickly there's been separation here. 5 of them away with 3.5 minutes on the clock. This is the slight uphill section. There's a very slight rise, about 3 meters from the finish line to the highest point on this circuit. That's about 9 feet, 9.5 feet. But Nigetic here is long and lean, uses the arms really powerfully. She's by far the tallest of this quartet that have got away, Carrie. And it's the perfect combination, isn't it? That mental aggression that fabulous speed and strength and those long, long legs.
Yeah, she really looks like she's putting it to them early on here, but you can see that low arm carriage, but she does swing those arms. But I love watching these athletes around the campus this week. We've been able to interact with them a little bit. They're all smiles, having so much fun, being able to come to the Adidas headquarters. They get education while they're here. They learn about different nutritional benefits of different products and hydration products. They see all the gear. They get some testing done. I mean, it's a really fun weekend for these athletes. And then to top it off, they get to be out here with all these community runners and knowing that there's 345,000 athletes around the world running with them. It's a pretty spectacular weekend.
Well, speaking of spectacular, Nigetic is away, and only Alimadis has been able to go with her at the moment. Alimadis Eyayu, the 25-year-old Ethiopian, is a 31:39 performer. On paper, she's well, almost 3 minutes slower than Nigetic, so this may be optimistic chasing from Alimadis Eyayu. Maybe she's on the way to a big personal best here, but Nigetic wants that separation. It looks like she wants isolation so she can get into her own sort of psychological zone.
Well, and everyone thinks about Agnes Tirop when they are running this race, and we know that Agnes Nigetic really would love to have that world record in honor of her. You know, there's so much heartache when you think about what happened to Agnes Tirop at such a young age with her husband killing her 3 weeks after setting that world record. So when they come here, they run in honor of Agnes Tirop, and there's a little bit more to it, but $50,000 to get that world record. There's a little more added bonus. They talked about it yesterday at the athlete meeting that they were going to raise that, so there's a lot on the line.
There is a lot on the line. 2:54, that second kilometer. She is still steaming along 28:48, that projected winning time now. Her world record is 28:46, so she needs to maintain this. She comes down in front of us now with 6 laps to run, and she has got that isolation she wanted. She knew this was going to be the case. When you are redlining like this, when you are running at world record tempo, there's a really good chance, it's highly likely you will be on your own, and she's going to be on her own now, I think, for the next 6 laps.
Well, one of the nice things that she does have is she can chase that lead vehicle, who will give her her kilometer splits and the projected pace, so she can watch that. It doesn't make it any easier, but it does help her when she doesn't have any pacers around her.
Well, some athletes prefer to run in a pack. Some athletes love to be out there. They love the loneliness of the long-distance runner. And Nigetic is both a great racer, but clearly, from what we're seeing here today, she's going to have to enhance her reputation as a great time trialist.
League of her own. I mean, really.
And it's interesting you mentioned Agnes Tirop being the late Agnes Tirop, and former world record holder, being an inspiration, because she came from very humble backgrounds. Most of these athletes come from very, very humble backgrounds. She was from a family of 10 children, the 7th of 10 children, Agnes Tirop. She ran 5K to and from school with her brother Martin every morning. And I'm sure that Agnes Nigetic here, same first name, will be aware of her link to Agnes Tirop. What an inspiration she has been.
Oh, for sure, and she's spoken about that. And, you know, I think everyone here at the Adidas family feels that pain that we don't have Agnes Tirop here. And so everyone runs with her, especially on these events where Agnes Tirop ran so well.
Well, that last kilometre, third kilometre, 2:57, a 29-minute finishing time projected. So she's slipped a little bit outside her world record tempo. That's not to say she can't up it now as she comes into this middle section of the race. 3K done, 7K to go, all on her own. The gap behind her, yawning gap. She's stretching out to the others. And she's a very energetic runner, Carrie. When you look at the way her arms flap across her body, left to right, it looks like a lot of sort of wasted energy, but actually everybody has their own way of running. There is no perfect way of running. And if that's what keeps her body in perfect synchronicity, so perfect balance, so to speak, then that's good for her.
Well, you don't see much movement from her waist down. It's just in her arms, and I think that is pretty efficient, the way that she can run. But look at her stride, it's so beautiful. She has those long legs, and she really covers the distance with grace.
Here she comes again, down the home straight with those big crowds roaring her on. She gets this section of about 200 or 300 meters of intense noise on each circuit, and then she heads out again. Remember, the full lap is almost 1,300 meters, so she gets about 300 meters of intense noise, then about a kilometer of peace and quiet, and that lonely mindset where she has to focus on the high level of work that she's putting out. You're right about that, chasing the car there, that vehicle. It's good to have that company almost for her.
Well, you know, when I used to race, you could smell the exhaust of the lead vehicle, and that smell almost made me know that I was in the position I wanted to be, right in front. So I know that these athletes don't have the smell of the exhaust anymore, but they do have the camera and the projected time, and most definitely that keeps them on an honest effort.
Now, Agnes, if you were to sit her down and have a quick chat with her now for a little while, she'd probably say it's a little bit cooler than I would have liked. 10 degrees centigrade, I'd preferred sort of 13 to 15, something like that. But otherwise, conditions here are just about perfect. These corners have been smoothed out a bit from previous years. This is a new circuit, so we can't we can call it an event record, but it's a new course record that she will set this morning, in effect, a unique circuit. But this is the tough part, I guess. You know, we all enjoy the adulation from crowds when you've raced in the past, Carrie. You know, when you're running through crowds in a road race or in a stadium, that crowd noise elevates the adrenaline levels and it gives you that extra push. Here, this is tough when it's just absolute silence, and virtually the only noise she can hear is her own feet hitting the ground.
But I do think that this is an emotional run for her, to know that she is running for her friend who was tragically taken. And, you know, I do think maybe sometimes when you have that quiet, you can get into that mode. And I don't know if she's so much thinking about Agnes Tirop right now, but she knows that this is a huge race for her and a huge opportunity.
Well, that fourth kilometer at 2:57 as well. Projected time now 29:08, so it's slowed a little bit. She really does need to double down here if she is to get close to that world record of hers. I mean, if she were to get down towards 29 minutes running on her own like this, that would be extraordinary. But she has, I think, shown that she's keen to attack her own world record here this morning.
Yeah, 28:46 is that world record that she has. Yes, it would be hard right now, but this is where she needs to start moving a little bit. She needs to start taking those tangents to the turns, having a little bit of fun mentally with her own racing right here. And you could see her lean into those turns, Tim. She really takes them hard, and she almost wakes up just a little bit.
Well, she has prepared for this just about perfectly. You know, when you think of her super fast half marathon back in October, then she went back in and put in several months hard work, came out and raced in those track races in Kingston. 8:28 for 3,000 is right up there as a top-notch 3,000 meter time. The 5,000 was more of a tactical affair in Kingston, but it shows she's got that track speed in her legs. And that's what you want. You want to have that speed in your legs where you can turn over, and in this sort of tempo, she's feeling quite relaxed, but at the same time have that strength from the half marathon. And if you can concoct that almost like a witch's brew and stir it up perfectly, you come out with a perfect result.
Yeah, I actually love what she did with the half marathon in October. Then she did a cross-country race, and then she turned her attention to the track. Now she's back to the road. This is what we need in athletes, versatile athletes that are willing and excited to tackle world records and winning of races. Here she comes.
Well, this will be 5K very soon. About 100 meters to the 5K mark, goes through that finish line. She's got 5 laps to go. This is very close to 5K. What sort of time is going to be spat out here? She's going to hit her own world record. She needs something like 14:20, 14:25, not much slower. And you can see the clock there, bottom right of your screen. It is gone past that now. Now, how far past it is it going to be? It's going to be around 14:30, that 5K split. Woo! So not far outside what is needed. There's still a possibility here. And don't forget, in the men's race, they ran a quicker second half. They really did wind it up over the last lap and make up quite a few seconds, and that is possible. So 5K here, 14:36. So that's obviously 29:12 tempo, but that is that world record is still possible because she has the capacity, she has the leg speed and the strength to run negative splits here, a quicker second half.
Well, and she looked so good when we were in Jamaica. She looked great over that 3K, and then she led most of the 5,000 meters on the track, only to be outkicked just in the final meters. But this woman is so strong, but she is sharp, and she will have to use this here to really kind of propel herself. I mean, this is all, she's all alone. She's in no woman's land, you know, basically on her own.
I love that, no woman's land.
Yeah.
You're so correct.
I know.
Well, you know what? When she set that world record in Valencia in January last year, 28:46, she broke the 5K world record en route. She ran 14:13 at 5K. Woo! She's gone through just now in 14:36. So if she is to get near her own world record figures, it's going to have to be a very, very different race. The complexion of her race here today, 14:36. She's some 23 seconds slower than she ran in Valencia. So she needs to run a super quick next 5K. What, about 4.5 now? So here she is in the 6th kilometer. Agnes Nigetic, world record holder under all conditions, 28:46 in Valencia last year in January. That was in a mixed race though. The record she's trying to break here is a women's only world record, and that does belong to Agnes Tirop, that 30:01.
30:01, I think that is the big mark right now that we need to keep our eye on, because she is on that pace.
Well, she is. We've been talking about the extreme end of record setting, and of course, if you're not familiar with it, for some years now, World Athletics, IAAF as was, have been setting out the agenda for record setting on the women's side, and there are of course mixed races where women can get help in a road race, be it 5K or any distance right through to a marathon. They can get help from male pacemakers or men around them. Or, of course, the alternative is like this, where there are no men in the race. The women are having to make the tempo themselves. Very few world-class pacemakers can live with a tempo of world record in the marathon or half marathon or even 10K for very long. And hence, this is a women-only record. And she comes through in front of us now with 4 laps to go. And she is flying. And what's her last kilometer been? 2:59, so it's slowed a little bit, 29:17. That projected winning time. It would still be a women's only world record by a massive margin. But I know she will be testing herself here by her own standards, I think, you know, and that means 28:46. Now, I don't know if she can get down towards 29 minutes. That would be quite incredible running on her own.
Yeah, I definitely think that she is thinking about her world record, but also that 30:01 is big on her mind as we watch some of the spectators trying to keep up with her just for a little bit on this side of the road. But it is so much fun. The atmosphere out here, Tim, is just booming, and you can see all of the Adidas employees out here as well. Like, this is really cool for them to see all the hard work that goes in behind the scenes come to fruition today.
Well, you know what? Now we're getting into the real business end of this. So women's 10K, a world record attempt by Agnes Nigetic. So the sun has broken up for the first time. The grey clouds that we woke up to a few hours ago have gradually burnt off. There's still a lot of cloud cover above us, but it's white clouds and it's much thinner, and there's blue sky showing through. And now Ngetic will feel that sun on her back, and that'll warm her up a little bit and make her feel like she's back home, a little bit more like familiar territory.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, she's going to hear the people yelling for her. And, you know, right now in this quiet time, she is going to have to turn to that mental training that she does back home on the roads of Kenya. But, yeah, she looks smooth, doesn't she? Just real easy, even though there's some intensity behind each and every step.
Well, she's familiar with the circuit now. She knows every twist and turn. She knows to get the angles right, the leaning in at each corner. This one, for example. And you can see that strip of road there has been built specifically to make these corners smoother. They used to go further to the left there and take a sharp right-hand turn. But Agnes Ngetic enjoying a new circuit, a faster circuit in Herzogenaurach. Glorious isolation for her. When she comes through, she'll have 3 laps to run. 3 lonely laps, and this is a very hard way of setting a record.
Yeah, but I think she knew coming in, you know, there's a lot of talk with her coach or her training partners and just people around her, knowing that this was going to most likely be the case. So having to prep yourself for that. But lots of incentives here, being in front of the people that give your career such great opportunity like her sponsor does. And, you know, it's very exciting for the athletes to be here.
Well, she's on 29:18 schedule. That would be a world record for a women-only race. Gabriela Germowit back in 2nd place. Ngetic back in 3rd. That last kilometre at 2:58.27, 29:21 is the projected finishing time now. It's still a massive world record. This would be setting here.
So many athletes run with a heavy heart, knowing what happened to Agnes Tirop and many other female athletes from around the world. Gender-based violence has got to stop, and so these women run with that on their hearts and they run with that on their minds. And we know that Agnes Ngetic is really thinking about Agnes Tirop, as we've mentioned plenty of times today. But I don't think that this record is, it's so important for these athletes to not only break it, but because they want to honor Agnes Tirop. I really believe that's why they run so hard here.
Absolutely. She's come through in front of us again here with 2 laps to go. These laps are clicking by so fast. The 8-kilometre mark, a minute or 2 away. Yes, so many of these top athletes live in E10, and in May last year, Tirop's Angels opened a shelter in E10 for victims of violence and abuse, and certainly Agnes Ngetic will be very aware of that.
Wonderful, it's okay.
And maybe drawing inspiration from Agnes Tirop's world record here, 30:01. Tirop ran here. Certainly that 30:01, Agnes Tirop. Back on the 12th of September 2021 in the first edition of this meeting, when it was a September meeting, an end of summer meeting. Well, this possibly a better time for these athletes without the fatigue of a long track season in their legs. There's freshness in their legs, I guess you could say, Carrie. And, you know, she's had a good winter's work after that half marathon, 2nd fastest half marathon ever. So she is running with a freshness here, and it's almost palpable, isn't it? Because the turnover, the cadence is extraordinary.
Well, and this year is a big year for her. Last year she did not make that Olympic team, so she had to pull out of the Olympic trials, which they ran in Eugene, Oregon in the States, and with injury. And so she wants to go back to the World Champs after finishing 6th in 2023 in Budapest. She now is thinking about that this year. There's a lot going on this year, but I love how she's really done it. We've talked about it, but going from the half marathon to cross country to track, now to the roads, like, she's just doing all of these different races and on different terrain. She's really building this base, and she is excited for the World Champs next fall.
Well, the 8K marker is coming up. Yes, that was a disappointment for her to miss out on the Olympics, and only 6th in the World Championships, 10,000 in Budapest, as you said. So
so
in major
very young.
championships.
She's so very young still,
I know.
though.
She's 24 now.
Yeah.
She was 22 in
Exactly.
Budapest.
So big future ahead.
Another 2:59. She's been consistent these last few kilometers. 29:24. She's still on schedule for a massive women's-only world record here as Agnes Nigetic. And I guess this would complete the set, wouldn't it? Because if you're a great racer on the women's side, you want to hold the world record under any conditions. So mixed race and women-only race. And this sort of completes the pair.
But you've said it, a women-only race all alone like this is very, very tough. So she has to keep the pressure on. She is sliding just a little bit, so she needs to keep that pressure on. But once we bring her around here, the crowds will get her going again. And you know, any athlete, whether it's one lap that's 400 meters or one lap that's 1,200 meters or whatever, the athletes know that, so they get extra excited for that final push.
Well, she's halfway around this penultimate circuit now. When she comes through, I think she'll have one lap to run. And Agnes Nigetic here starts to catch athletes, to lap athletes, and these are world-class athletes, good runners. You know, because she's running down around 29 minutes tempo, means she's passing athletes who are running around 32 minutes.
Yeah, and you know what? That gets you excited too. Anytime you go past somebody, it's like a game. You try to, you know, add a point, do whatever you can mentally to get by. But now you can see her, she's starting to move a little bit here.
This is where she has to double down psychologically to really put in a lot of effort and focus, because she is hurting, there's no doubt about it. She may be a superstar, she may be a great champion and world record holder, but this hurts. She is working intensely hard, and she's got to focus so much now as she comes through with one lap to run.
Tim, listen to that crowd.
They are loving it here. Aficionados of great road racing here in Herzogenaurach at Adidas headquarters on the campus. She runs through less than one lap to run now for Agnes Nigetic. Still only 24, getting stronger every year, still learning all the time about the nuances of gauging her effort right throughout a 10K race. This race, remember, is almost 8 laps of the circuit here in Herzogenaurach. It's a different circuit to the one where she won last year. She ran 30.03. She won by 36 seconds last year. She destroyed the field last year, just as she's doing today. But this looks to be, well, something close to a minute faster.
I love it. I know that she is a different woman this year. She came in here with a different set of goals. She does want this women's only record, and it looks like she's gonna get it.
It does indeed, yes. She continues to lap athletes here. That gives her little targets, intermittent targets on this final circuit. She negotiates each of these corners with such ease, does Agnes Nigetic here. She has run 28.46. She knows in a mixed race she can go much quicker than this, but this is all on her own. This is the hard way to do it. 2:59, that 9th kilometer. 29.27 for Nigetic. And on the clock, 27 minutes now. She has about 2 minutes to run. On those last 3 kilometers, 2:58, 2:59, 2:59. Every single kilometer under 3 minutes here today. That has been a very significant statistic as well. When you think that Agnes Tirop's world record was 30.01, she's maintaining a tempo every single kilometer, and their opening kilometer told the story, laid down the story, because it was 2:52, the fastest, but every single kilometer under 3 minutes.
Yeah, she was hot off the gun. She knew what she wanted today, and she's clearly running with purpose. Everyone has Agnes Tirop on their mind, but right now it is all Agnes Nigetic.
Well, we think she's going to run around 29.25 here today, something like that. It'll be a world record for in a women's only 10K by over 30 seconds. She's got, what, about a minute and a half to go. She is working super hard now. Those arms swinging backwards and forwards across her torso. A lot of coaches would say, well, that's not perfect aesthetically. That's not good biomechanics. It absolutely doesn't matter, because if that balances out the movement in the rest of her body, and her legs in particular, and the hips, the way she moves, then it was perfect for her, and that means it's perfect for a top performance. And how can you criticize a world record holder?
I don't think we can say much. She looks like she is doing it just the way that she wants to do it, and we are watching history in the making right now here, folks.
We are indeed. This is a women's only world record in the making. There is about a minute to go. Agnes Nigetic, the 24-year-old who in a mixed race in Valencia in last October ran 28.46. That was a 28-second improvement upon the mixed race world record, a 10K with men. Well, this is going to be a more than a half-minute improvement on the women-only world record. The crowd begin to roar. The announcer near the finish line is making them aware. She comes into the finishing straight now, and Agnes Nigetic gives it everything. 101% effort now. She drives for the line, just outside 29 minutes on the clock. The world record that she's trying to break is 30.01, and Agnes Nigetic comes towards the line. 29.15 on the clock at the moment. She has destroyed this field. She's lapped several athletes. This has been an astonishing run. It is indeed a world record here at the Adizero 2025. Race to records, and she has done it. Unofficially there, Agnes Nigetic, around 29.23, something like that. She collapses to her knees just past the finish line. That has been extraordinary. Nobody in the history of women's 10K running has got anywhere close to that sort of time. It'll be the first time ever 30 minutes has been broken in a women-only 10K. And from Agnes Nigetic, that is quite supreme. She has done it. Yet another world record, the 4th world record ever here at the Race to Records in this 5th edition in 2025. And that finishing time, the official time, 29.22. It is indeed a women-only 10K world record. And the celebrations begin. And that Kenyan flag is held aloft so proudly. And the crowd lapping it up. They've been informed of the fact they've been witnessing history in the making. Absolutely magnificent stuff from Agnes Nigetic. 29.22. And how much quicker should she have gone if she'd had good pacemakers through the first half? She had to lead. She took the lead 2 minutes in. Can you believe it? So she has led for 27 minutes. All focus upon her. A hug from Spencer Nell there. And the world record has been smashed here. Well, there's a real buzz here and confirmation of a new world record by Agnes Nigetic, 29.27. She wins by over a minute from Fentai Belane. That's a great run from Belane. 30.30, just over a minute down. And in third place, Getachew. And she too running superbly here this morning to make the rostrum. Belane's time, 30.30, behind Nigetic's 29.22, and Senia Getachew's time, 30.31. It's very tight between those two, for second and third. And in fourth place, Germowit Gebrizer of Ethiopia again, 30.41. Ethiopians in second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth here this morning. 30.41 in fourth place, the time of Gebrizer. Well, here it is. This is the way it was laid out earlier on. The pacemakers tried to do their job, but well, Agnes Nigetic was so hungry for it, she took the lead after just 2 minutes. Pacemakers couldn't maintain the tempo she wanted. She has retained her Road to Records title from last year. Last year, 30.03. Today, 29.22. Which has improved by 41 seconds on a winning time last year. But more importantly, has set a new world record here this morning in a women's only 10K, 29.22, destroying this field, destroying the record of the magnificent Agnes Tirop set back here in 2021. And there's a nice symmetry, isn't there, about the winner crossing the line here in a new world record, also being called Agnes. Well, it was a very different race to 28.46 in Valencia. That was in a mixed race where she won by 11 seconds. But Carrie is with the winner.
Agnes world record here. You have two of them now in the 10K, women's only and mixed race. How excited are you?
I'm so excited. I think I don't have any word to say. I'm so excited. And I didn't expect this. Since last year, I missed it with 2 seconds. So today I was like, oh, let me try today. Maybe I can make it. I can push alone and make it. I'm so proud of myself. And I'm so happy. I thank God I finished with world record. So it's unbelievable.
You know, you didn't make that Olympic team last year, but you have been on fire on the roads ever since. Talk about the future here. You have the world champs coming up. Are you excited about that?
I'm so excited. Since I missed the Olympics, so this year I want to return all I missed from Olympics. So I'm fighting for World Championship, and this is now the start. So I'm so happy.
Oh my goodness. So what do you have in your hand here?
Oh, I have the Takumi Senten with 29.27 world record.
29.27 world record, everybody. Give it up for Agnes. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Wasn't that significant? There's a burning fire in her belly, frustration at missing out on the Olympics last year, and she's saying she wants to go to Tokyo and make up for it. She wants to get everything back that she missed last year by not going to Paris. There's the schedule from this morning. We had the 10K men and the 10K women, the 5K women and 5K men coming up, and then the women's and men's miles will conclude the racing here today. The next race, the 5K women, is at 10:40, so in 15 minutes time. If those of you watching want to go and put the kettle on and get yourself a coffee or a tea or something cool perhaps. World record. Two beautiful words in the world of sport, and this morning here in the world of racing, the world of road to records at Herzogenaurach at the Adidas campus. What a glorious sight. And the sun continues to beat down, it continues to burn off the clouds above us, and every couple of minutes I look up, there's a little bit more blue sky showing, slightly less white cloud. It's warming up, there's no doubt about that. It was distinctly cool here an hour and a half or so ago at 9 degrees. Now it is much, much more friendly. Next race, about 12 or 13 minutes away.
Adidas and Common Goal have partnered again for Move to the Planet. Each project is unique to their community needs.
Es importante educarnos en sostenibilidad.
Οι περισσότεροι από τους διαμένοντες εδώ δεν είναι καθόλου εξοικειωμένοι με τις έννοιες της ανακύκλωσης ή της βιωσιμότητας.
Es hacer que más niños, niñas, adolescentes y jóvenes tengan esta posibilidad, acceso a esta educación.
Sports acts as a universal language here.
I coach soccer, but there's also the education side. So you're not only focused on sports, but also the life skill sessions.
Plastic is orange.
What is rewarding about these projects is being able to tangibly see the impact on individuals and communities.
Hey, it's Io.
Hey, it's Anjani.
Good to hear from you.
It's Lynn. How are you doing?
Hey, it's Santi. How are you doing?
All right, everyone, I'm down here with Jennifer Thomas, the Vice President of Global Sports Marketing here at Adidas. Jennifer, we just saw a world record.
Absolutely incredible. I'm so excited for Agnes. She ran her tail off, and so happy that everybody's out here cheering for her as well.
Yeah, Agnes is just such a superstar. I mean, she's good on the road, she's good on cross country, she's good on the track. What does it mean for Adidas to see someone like this put it together on a day like today?
It's amazing. We have had Agnes with the brand since she was really quite young, and so to see her progress, world record after world record, to bring it together here on campus, we're so proud of her.
And in front of this great community here that you have, not only on campus today, but around the world.
Yes, we have a bunch of Adidas runners here with us, 350 today that are visiting. They're running, they're energizing this event. We have millions around the world, and it's just such a proud part of our heritage.
Yeah, 345,000 people are going to be running the virtual run today. What does Road to Records mean to you at Adidas?
You know, it's really grown year over year. We're excited to have over 2,000 people running the community run here. As you said, over 350K running virtually. To be able to reach people through running is exactly what we want to be doing.
What do you think the future is at Adidas?
Oh, for Road to Records? I mean, I don't see us stopping. I think we're going to top it year on year.
I love it. Well, thank you so much, Jennifer. This has been an amazing event already, and we'll see you next year.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Well, yes, Jennifer Thomas, one of a number of Adidas executives, very, very happy with the way things are going so far here. We've had 2 of 6 races here in Herzogenaurach. The 5K races to come, the mile races come after that for men and women respectively each time. And we are expecting maybe more records. There's the circuit of the 5K. It's that's 1 lap. 1 lap is, of course, in the 5K equivalent to. It's 3 full laps plus an 1140 circuit, so it's almost 4 laps because the full circuit is 1286 meters. And there is the lineup for this next race coming at us, the women's 5K. It's a small but high caliber field with Medina Isa, the defending champion who won last year in 14:38, perhaps the favorite. She's also in great form over 10K, superbly strong. Just a couple of months ago on the 16th of February in Castellón, Spain. Castellón, by the way, just north of Valencia on the Spanish East Coast. She won the 10K there in 29:25, a personal best, making her one of the quickest ever over 10K. Well, what can she do over 5K this morning here in Herzogenaurach at 29:25, by the way, making her the 4th fastest in history. Well, of course, alongside these races this morning, Adidas have made the opportunity for those around the world to run a virtual race over 5K, and over 346,000 have run, I think. Well, join the virtual Road to Records race. You're going to adidas.com, and yeah, 348,000, I think that said, have now entered around the world and are participating. Good to see everybody getting out in this most simple of sports, the most accessible of sports. But let's take a look at the first 3 in that women's 10K. Agnes Getic pointing out too, of course, that she missed the women's only world record of Agnes Tirop by 2 seconds last year. Well, this morning she didn't take any chances. 29:27. She set a new world record by 34 seconds. 3rd place, Seniat Getic in 30:31. That was superb by Getic. It was a personal best for her by 3 seconds. Fentaye Belani running at 30:30. She has run quicker than that, but in a mixed race around 30 minutes exactly in Valencia, just on the 12th of January, Carrie. But Agnes Getic this morning, that world record, 29:27, the 4th world record at the Road to Records over these last 5 years.
Oh, and she just loves it. You could just feel the energy when I was talking to her. Look at that smile. I mean, she couldn't have asked for a better day. Maybe she would have liked some other competitors a little closer to her to keep her a little bit more honest on that pace, but she just put in so much hard work on her own. She looked great.
And you were right to point out she is the complete runner. When you think the last 2 World Cross Countries, she's been 3rd and 4th in Australia and in Belgrade, Serbia, respectively, in 23 and 24. And my note said she could attack the world record here this morning. Well, they should have said she will smash the world record here this morning, because she did. 34-second improvement. And she took the lead 2 minutes in. I mean, she ran 29:27. She led for over 27 minutes.
I mean, really, you said it. I thought we were going to see our pacers be able to take her through a little longer. They really couldn't.
Not even close. Not even close, no. But it didn't matter. She was up to the task. But I think undoubtedly what was an important component in her being able to smash the world record this morning is that strength from the half marathon. And when you can run 63 minutes for a half.
Number 2 all time.
Oh.
I mean, at 24 years old, Tim.
I know. What sort of a future has she got?
Yeah.
And I've just got a feeling that, barring the disaster of injury which struck her down last year and made her miss the Olympics, she's going to get a medal in the World Championships in Tokyo.
I think that she has proven herself. I mean, which distance, though? I think the 10,000 meters, but she is honing in on that 3,000 and 5,000 meter distance.
But I think the 10K, because she is super strong. You know, with that half marathon strength. 5K nowadays, it's almost a middle distance race.
It is.
That's the trouble.
But she ran 8:28. It's pretty good. Pretty good. She's showing that she has some leg turnover, which I really like, that she's testing herself at all the different terrains and a variety of distances.
Her track best at 10,000 is only 31:34.
She doesn't run it very much, though.
No, okay, but you know, there is so much talk now about how these shoes are enabling athletes to be quicker on the roads than on the track, and maybe she's one of those who really does enjoy that benefit.
She's a reactor.
Super responder.
Super responder.
Yeah. Well, a nuclear reactor as well, actually, the way she ran this morning. 29:27. It's science fictional, isn't it?
Isn't that so cool? She was pretending to call someone on that shoe.
Well, she will receive these plaudits, and quite deservingly, for many weeks to come. And she'll take this confidence into the summer too. I mean, you know, nicely, this projects her into the summer big time.
Well, and it's been interesting to see her on the track. I got to call a couple of her races there just a few weeks ago, and she really does have the confidence. She's leading these races, and she's putting herself in situations where she can win. And that's, I think, what we don't see on her CV. She doesn't necessarily have a win since she was world U20 champion in the 5,000 meters, 5 years ago. So that's the thing that I think she's missing right now. She has these world records. She's got some very good times, but she needs a win. And I think this summer could be her summer.
Absolutely, yes. And it can only get better for her as she grows in experience and strength. You know, at 24, you have got years of growth and development to come as yet. There's the lineup for this next race on the track, the women's 5K, due off in about 3 minutes' time. It's a small field, but a high-caliber field. The defending champion, Medina Asa of Ethiopia, goes in. Now, she's another youngster. She's only 20. She won here in 2023 as well. Yeah. She's actually going for a hat trick, is Medina Asa. 14:23 is her best. That was in Barcelona. It makes her the 4th fastest in history at 5K on the roads. And this will be super, super quick. This race, well, the 5K is 1,140 meters, so sort of 3/4 of a lap, and then 3 full laps to make up the 5K distance, 5,000 meters. 12.5 laps on a track, if you're thinking of stadium athletics, just over 3 miles, if you like it in the old mileage currency. And she too, Gary, great track racer, 8:41 for 3,000, 14:16.
Yep.
She's run for a track 5,000. That was a couple of years ago when she was 18.
Yeah, she is very fast. She's also run 29:25 for a road 10K. But, I think there's a woman in this race that will push her, Tesfaye Foyten. I think she is someone that is very, very... We've seen her here before as well, but she's run 1:03:35 for the half, and that was in Berlin just a few weeks ago. So, again, just so much strength and speed in both the women's 10K and the women's 5K here today.
I mean, you're right to point out Fortune Tesfaye, because there she is, left a picture Fortune on her number. First name's on their number. She won that Berlin half. I was there 3 weeks ago, 63.35. She won by 3.5 minutes. I mean, talk about a dominant performance. So I have her down here in my notes. I've written might push the pace.
Yeah.
I wonder whether or not she will go out here and aggressively and do a bit of an Agnes Nigetic.
Well, Fortune was third here last year in the 5K, behind Medina Isa. So, you know, I do like her. She was 7th at the Olympics in the 10,000 meters. So I think it's going to be a good battle up front.
Under 20 world record holder for 5,000 meters.
Yeah, she had a strange year last year. Fortune Tesfaye. There is Medina Isa. She is the pre-race favourite. She's the defending champion, going for the hat-trick here. Tinabeb Dagnor is also out there, just a 19-year-old Ethiopian. There is so much young talent in Ethiopia. It's her first race this year at Dagnor. But Fortune Tesfaye, well, she won the Olympic trials for the Ethiopians in Nerja in Spain last summer in 29.47. That was a track PB, but then was 7th at the Olympic Games. So she will have been desperately disappointed with that time at the that performance at the Olympic Games. Away they go then. Always nice to see the women start rather than the starter reacting to firing the gun, but we eventually do get them underway. So, 2 athletes here I suspect will dominate. They are super fast. They're both very, very strong at 10K and half marathon. Who's your money on? Asa or Tesfaye?
Ooh, I don't know. I think I'm going to go with... See, this is the thing. I can't even hardly do it.
Putting you on the spot unfairly.
I'm going to say Fortune.
Yeah, Fortune Tesfaye was very strong and consistent. She had a marvellous 2024. And who's going to take up the early tempo here? Well, this race has just started. We're expecting a winning time of around, I don't know, 14:20, something like that. So they're just settling down in these early stages. One and a half minutes on the clock then, and it is the early stages of this women's 5K. Just looking at these athletes, Lois Chepkwemoi of Uganda, just 18 years old, I think, making her debut on the on 5K over the roads. Janet Chepngetich, 26-year-old Kenyan, at the front at the moment, pushing it along. She too, I think, making her debut. Many of these athletes, the majority of this field, in fact, Carrie, have never run a 5K on the roads before.
Well, there's a number of them that are under 20 years old, so it's pretty amazing. And we see that a lot here at Road to Records, where we see some of the up-and-comers or the U20 champions come here and really get their fresh start of running as a pro or running in these professional races.
Well, they are heading towards the 1 kilometre point here. We're expecting to run just under 3 minutes per kilometre. This pack of, what, about 8 athletes in the early stages. Doesn't look like anybody's determined doing an Agnes Nigetic here and kicking on really hard in the early stages. There you can see Janet Chepngetich to the right of picture. Lois Chepkwemoi as well up at the front end. And Medina is there as well. Medina Asa left of the group there. Second place now, Medina. Looks lovely and relaxed. Nice looking athlete, actually moves really well, doesn't she? You know, there's just a lovely sort of fluidity to the way she covers the ground.
Well, and she has such experience here by winning the last 2. She's going for that 3-peat today, and you know, I think that's really a big thing. She was 7th also at the Olympics, but in the 5K this last summer, also 6th at the World Championships in 2023, so she's very good at championship-style racing. Today isn't so much about championship-style racing. They want to run and chase that clock. But when they're in a big pack like this, that's where they really get into it. And it's kind of nice to see that there's a number of athletes taking them out hard.
Well, they've just come past us here with 3 laps to go. We're right beside the finish line. There was about 3 3:25 on the clock as it went through. That first kilometre, 3:04. That is on the slow side. It's much slower than we expected. Maybe they're going to warm to the task here. But 3:04 obviously means they're only on 15:20 tempo. And last year, Medina Asa won in 14:38. Wow. So unlike the last two races, they've set off here in very, very conservative fashion.
Yeah, I mean, almost a minute slower than last year. And it is beautiful weather out there. A little bit cooler, but I think nice for a 5K.
Well, it is nice weather for a 5K. I don't think the wind's picked up or anything. I'm not quite sure why they've been so tentative in the early running here. Nobody really seemed keen to commit. And Janeth Chepngetich, who leads at the moment, is a 26-year-old, plenty of experience, but I was really expecting Medina Asa to go out harder than this. She was 4th in the World Championships over 5K in Riga back in October 23, the inaugural World Championships. And as mentioning that, so only yesterday, World Athletics announced that there will be no World Running Road Running Championships this year. It was expected to be in San Diego, but a few weeks ago, unfortunately, San Diego had to pull out. The World Athletics confirmed there will be no Road Running Championships, World Road Running Championships this year. You could almost call today, therefore, the unofficial World Road Running Championships.
Yeah, but looking, at Medina Asa, you were saying that she ran that 29:25 road 5K in February. She split faster than what she's running right here, right now.
Much faster. Don't know if she's had any problems or what. She is very young and inexperienced and maybe lacking confidence. But going for a hat trick here, she won in 14:46 2 years ago. And she too is one of those young athletes that's great on all surfaces. She was silver medalist in the World Junior Cross Country in Bathurst, Australia, a couple of years back. She can do it on the track, she can do it on the roads, and she can do it on the country. But single file now, beginning to develop at the front end, Carrie, and that suggests maybe the pace has picked up a little bit through this second kilometre. We shall see, but that first kilometre, 3:04, really conservative.
Yeah, just kind of seeing where people are at, but now they're starting to attack. You can see that, as you said, as they string out just a little bit of an incline right here as they move around this corner. But really, a lot of people in this front pack that I think you and I both are a little bit interested and a little, we're kind of surprised by.
Well, it's going to be one of those races that will produce negative splits, I'm sure. It'll get quicker and quicker as it goes on. The last kilometre at 2:54, that's more like it. Yep. 14:56, they're beginning to warm to the task.
Oder neue Zeit für Sie ganz herzlich willkommen. Auf der Zielgerade, diese neu gestaltete langen Zielgerade, 100 Meter. Bis zum Ziel.
Janeth Chepngetich, then the 26-year-old, continues to lead. All Africa Games champion over 10,000 last year. And Chepngetich, well, she is a great track racer, 8:23 for 3,000 in Lausanne last summer, 14:45 for 5,000, and is 5th in the Prefontaine 10,000, 30:04. So she has all the qualities, Carrie, as a great track racer from 3,000 up to 10,000. She might spring a surprise here, Janeth Chepngetich.
Well, we've seen it here before where some of these athletes are new to the roads and they really use that track pedigree that they have. But as they just came through, the crowds are going crazy, and you can see the athletes' energy almost get a little bit more up on their toes. They really are starting to run now.
They are moving this third kilometre, I'm sure will be quicker still. 3:04 and then 2:54. That's a significant 10-second increase in tempo for the kilometre split as they are in single file. Medina Asa in second place there. 14:23, her best in Barcelona back in December. She's the 4th fastest in history at 5K on the roads. The world record is an almost science fictional 13:54 by Beatrice Chebet. That was in Barcelona just last December. And with the shoe technology moving on and advancements in training knowledge and practices, records are being broken all the time and new barriers being punched through. And we've already had a world record here this morning from Agnes Nigetic in that 10K, if you joined us in the last few minutes. So women only world record of 29.27. So Medina Asa, the pre-race favourite, going for a hat-trick of wins here at Road to Records over 5K, in third. In second place, Janeth Chepngetich is in the lead. And Gayla Hambese, the 22-year-old, back in fourth at the moment. Just trying to see who's in third there. It's hard to see.
Is it Fochin?
It is Fochin, yes. Fochin Tesfaye, who was third here last year. She too in fabulous form. She was second in the Valencia half marathon last October in 63.21. She can show that half marathon strength, and I would expect her actually to push pretty hard soon. That third kilometre, 2:58, so 14:54. Wasn't as quick as I expected, that third kilometre, 2:58. 14:54.
So watch that woman in third here, Fochin, as you've been talking about. Third here last year, but she ran that half marathon just a few weeks ago in Berlin in a 63:35, crazy fast. But she also had a really nice 10K in Valencia in January, 29:42. So her credentials are very similar to Medina, and she and Medina right there in second and third.
Well, do you know what? Janeth Chepngetich, she was almost acting like a pacemaker. She's running with real aggression at the front. She has got the credentials to take this race, but it's almost like as a preordained agreement, and I can't see why she would do that when the two favourites are Ethiopians. Medina Asa, the defending champion, Fochin Tesfaye in fabulous form, who is the most experienced of them at 27, Fochin Tesfaye, and third last year. She knows most of this circuit. She looks very relaxed in second place there.
She looks really good, almost biding her time just to wait to touch the front. And Janeth is not giving it up. She really has pressure on to lead this race, not even waving or signaling to have someone help her.
So they come through now with 1 lap to run. It's winding up wonderfully. Janeth Chepngetich has led every step of the way so far. Are things going to change here? Medina Asa, nearest the camera there, the defending champion, looks ever so relaxed, doesn't she? With that little headband, that light headband in her hair. Looks so relaxed. They come past us.
Gayla in fourth looks very smooth as well. She isn't so much up on the shoulder, but she's just been relaxed, waiting to see what happens in front of her.
Well, they have run a cautious race. I mean, there's no world records going to happen this morning. That's quite clear. Not many personal bests either, I suspect, in the way these last 3.5 kilometers have unfolded. So they enter the final lap now. They've got about 4 minutes of hard running to come. So 12 minutes on the clock then in this women's 5K. We're on the final circuit of almost 4 laps here in Herzogenaurach. Janeth Chepngetich continues to lead the 26-year-old Kenyan. She's had 3 colleagues in close attendance throughout, and now maybe that attendance gets closer than ever. Checking a watch there is the defending champion, Medina Asa, to the right of picture there. To the left of picture, Fochin Tesfaye, the left of this quartet towards the back there. She could be a real danger after third last year and third in the Valencia 10K back in January in 29:42. We know she's in fabulous form after 3 weeks ago, running 63.5 minutes to win the Berlin half marathon by 3.5 minutes. I thought she might take this on, Fochin, and run aggressively and use her strength. But each of these athletes, you have to say, Carrie, in this sort of situation, they must be confident of their kicks.
They must be confident of their kicks, but they have to use this course to their advantage. There's lots of turns here coming up, so they have to be ready to be able to navigate through this pack if they're sitting and kicking like Fochin is right now.
Well, the last couple of turns here on this newly created circuit, which are gentle turns, but Janeth Chepngetich still leads. Medina Asa, right to picture, the defending champion, looking for a hat-trick here. after winning last year in 14:38. Today has been considerably slower. They went through 4K in 11:57. That 4th kilometre, a 3:01. So they've run a very, very cagey, cautious, tactical race here. The kilometre split is 3:04, 2:54, 2:58, and then 3:01. There's been no winding up here. This final circuit is what it's all about.
This is what I'm getting nervous. Fotin is on the inside. She's trying to make some moves here, Tim, but Janeth is playing it smart, not letting her get out. But right now, Medina moves to the lead. This might be what Fotin needs to get up to the front.
This is where your leg speed gets tested to the max. It's more like a track race, this one. They've run it very conservatively, and it makes it a bit of a lottery. Medina Asa, the defending champion, hits the front for the first time with about 300 to go. She gestures there to the athlete behind her, to Fochin Tesfaye. I'm not sure what that was all about. But Medina Asa leads. Is she going to get the hat trick here? There's nothing in it. There were 4, there were 3. Now we're down to 2. Medina Asa and Fochin Tesfaye right behind her. Who's got the speed? This comes down to raw leg speed over the last 180. And Medina Asa has proven in the last 2 years she has the speed to get the victory. Here she looks like she's going to get the victory again. It is going to be a 3-peat for Medina Asa. The 20-year-old takes the win once again. 14:49 unofficially there for Asa. Well, the others gambled, but Medina Asa was a gambler too, and she was the most successful gambler of the quartet. 3 in a row for Medina Asa. That last kilometre will undoubtedly have been the fastest of the race. The winning time, 14:48. Well, it's not super fast by global standards, but it was wonderfully intense racing there in the latter stages. And still, there's only a handful of women globally who've ever run faster than that. 14:40. Anything under 15 minutes for women's 5K is super quick on the track and on the roads. 14:48 there for Medina Asa. Makes it win number 3 for the Ethiopian. Well, confirmation of that win in 14:48. A couple of seconds, the victory margin there for Medina Asa. Win number 3 for her, ahead of Fochin Tesfaye, her compatriot, and Gela Hambese, 14:51. 3 seconds down. Janeth Chepngetich, who led the whole race bar the latter stages, ending up in 4th place and just off the rostrum in 14:55. Her consolation, under 15 minutes here. Winning time 14:48 was quicker than the early splits might have suggested. But Carrie is with the winner now.
I am down here with the winner, Medina Asa. We had to have Haile Gebrselassie interpret a little bit, but congratulations! You just waited till the final meters to overtake and break the tape. How'd that feel?
በጣም ጠብቀሽ ነው እና መጨረሻ ላይ ነው የሄድሽው። ምን ተሰማሽ ነው? አሁን ለመጨረሻ ላይ ስፕሪንት አድርገሽ ነው የሄድሽው።
ውድድሩ አሪፍ ነበረ። ያው ለኔ ያልከበደኝም ብዙም ስለሰራሁበት ያው ቆንጆ ነበር። ያው ፊኒሺንግ ስላለኝም መጨረሻ ላይ ቀይር ያለው ማለት ነው።
The race is wonderful and I was waiting and the race is not that difficult for me. I was preparing very well and that's why just using the last tactic, which means to sprint.
Nice. 3 times in a row. She won here in 2023, then came back last year and won, and now today. What does this event mean to her?
አሁን ለሶስተኛ ጊዜ አሸንፍሻል። ይሄ ውድድር ላንቺ ምን ማለት ነው? እስቲ ንገሪኝ።
ውድድሩ በጣም አሪፍ ቆንጆ ነው። አዲዳስን ከልብ አመሰግናለሁ። በጣም ወደው ማኔጅመንት ነው እና በጣም ደስ ብሎኛል ለሶስተኛ ጊዜ ስላሸነፍኩ።
The race is wonderful. I like the management of Adidas. It's fantastic and great.
You love the 3 stripes?
ሶስቱን መስመሮች ተወጃቸዋለሽ አዲዳስን?
አዎ በጣም
Yeah, I love so much the 3 stripes.
I love the 3 stripes too. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Spencer. Well, another very happy winner there.
Let's go!
And I'm down here at the finish line with Mark Hermans with the Wings for Life World Run, excuse me. Can you talk a little bit about this event?
Yeah, it's the greatest run on planet Earth. It's the biggest running event on planet Earth. And the good thing is we run all together for the good cause, raising money for finding a cure for spinal cord injury. So last year we were with 250,000 runners at the same time worldwide. And this year we want to go for 300,000 runners. So we need everybody of you to sign up for 4th May, the Wings for Life World Run.
Tell me a little bit about the race. The catcher car is pretty cool.
Yeah, everybody starts at the same time. And 30 minutes after the start, the catcher car is starting and he increases speed. And when the catcher car hits you, yeah, your race is over. So at one point, there are only 2 runners left in the world, and then we can see who's the world's best runner in the Wings for Life World Run. But the main thing is we all run for the good cause. So it's the biggest charity run in the world, and it's just an amazing event.
Tell me how Red Bull is connected.
Yeah, it's part of the amazing event. Without them, it's quite difficult, I guess. So it's a really important partner. And we're so happy that we are one big family to find a cure for spinal cord injury.
Can we say hi to all the Red Bull people on TV here? Oh, well, thank you so much. Good luck with your event, and thank you for coming out today.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's head on over to the award ceremony for the women's 5K, and then let's see the men 5K.
Let's go!
Adidas and Common Goal have partnered again for Move the Planet. Each project is unique to their community needs.
Es importante educarnos en sostenibilidad.
Οι περισσότεροι από τους διαμένοντες εδώ δεν είναι καθόλου εξοικειωμένοι με τις έννοιες της ανακύκλωσης ή της βιωσιμότητας.
Es hacer que más niños, niñas, adolescentes y jóvenes tengan esta posibilidad, acceso a esta educación.
Sports acts as a universal language here.
I coach soccer, but there's also the education side. So you're not only focused on sports, but also the life skill sessions.
Plastic is orange.
What is rewarding about these projects is being able to tangibly see the impact on individuals and communities.
Hey, it's Io.
Hey, it's Anjani.
Good to hear from you.
It's Lynn. How are you doing?
Hey, it's Santi. How are you doing?
Well, there's the timetable of events unfolding this morning. We're 3 races in of the 6. We're at the halfway point. The men's 5K to come. That's underway in, well, about 15 minutes from now. What a race it is, this men's 5K. There's the circuit that they will negotiate almost 4 times. Yomif Kejelcha, the defending champion, won last year in 13 minutes exactly. He's only had 1 race this year, and that was a win in the Castellon 10K back in the middle of February in 26:31, an Ethiopian national record. Kejelcha in fabulous form. Don't discount Jacob Kropp. He's a former winner. He won here in 2021, the inaugural edition of this Road to Records in 13:06. And other athletes to look out for, well, Adisu Yehun, 13:04, his personal best. Andrew Kiptu Alamisi, 13:06, his personal best. But the cream of the crop, without any doubt, is the former world record holder for the mile indoors, Yomif Kejelcha. 3:47 he ran in Boston 2019. He is fantastic from mile up to half marathon. Huge range and so consistent. Well, there it goes. It was 9 degrees a couple of hours ago, then 10 degrees. Well, as mentioned, we have got a few minutes until that men's 5K gets underway. That's at 20 past the hour. So let's have a look at that world record from Agnes Nigetic. Just some half an hour or so ago, she crossed the line quite spectacularly, Nigetic, in 29:27. It was a 34-second improvement on the women's only world record for 10K. Last year, she missed it by 2 seconds, the world record of Agnes Tirop, 30:01. Tirop ran in 2021. Well, this morning she made no mistake. The 24-year-old storming to that world record by a massive margin. She now holds the world record in a mixed race, 28:46. That's running with men, and in a women's only race, 29:27 here this morning to win by over 1 minute. Well, it's rather nice for the VIPs here while some of us are working. There is food and drink aplenty. I wouldn't mind some of that. Perhaps I'll get my hands on some when we go off air, but that'll be a little while just yet. There's some fabulous racing yet to come. 3 more races to come from the 6. But they do things in style here in Herzogenaurach. They do things in style on the Adidas campus. So I'm told. We shall see. But that is the scene, that is the setting. To the right of picture there, the finish area, the start area for most of the races. And that's men's 5K. Well, it's coming up in about 12 minutes time. That Wings for Life World Run, by the way, very close to my heart. I've worked on it for many years for Red Bull in Salzburg, Austria. And of course, it raises funds for spinal injury research. One of the great holy grails of medical research is how to reconnect nerves. It cannot yet be done, but they're getting closer and closer. And the Wings for Life run is on 4th of May. So 4th of May, go online, search for Wings for Life and sign up, and you can run virtually. If you can't get to one of the main venues, you can, and you'll see those on the website, you can run virtually and do your own Wings for Life World Run when you download the app. And the catch car, it's a brilliant concept. The race starts, and then some period after the whole field gets underway, a car drives off after them, and that car has got the finish mat in it, in effect. So the runners aren't running towards a finish mat, the finish mat is coming up behind them as part of the car. It's a brilliant concept, and when that car catches you, you drop out. Anyway, plenty to come here.
Not bad for a Sunday morning, huh? Yeah, I see you, Ben. Hold on. Whoa, Reese, I know that's not you at the back. Should we play the song for him, Josephine?
Oh, yes, please. Play that tune.
Don't make me play it for you, Reese. I'm good. This one's for you, yeah? Not today. Come on, dig deep now. We love it, Reese. We love it. Come on. You're killing me. Yes, Reese.
Well, that was the women's 5K, which finished a few minutes ago. The winner in that one, Medina Asa, running 14:48. She due to receive her trophy very shortly. Before that, men's 10K gets underway, 5K rather, gets underway at 11:20. That's now about 10 minutes away. There's the presentation party for that women's 5K. The wind, well, it's just picked up a little bit in the last couple of minutes.
From Ethiopia,
the sun continues to burn off the clouds above us. It's due to be a beautifully sunny afternoon. Third place in that women's 5K was Gela Ambese of Ethiopia, 14:51 for her. By my reckoning, that was her debut. Not a bad run at all. In second place, Focen Tesfaye, 14:50. It was a sprint finish. They ran relatively conservatively through the first 4 kilometers, and then a super fast final kilometer.
Finishing in 14 minutes and 48 seconds.
Was, for the third time running, it was a hat-trick in a time of 14:48. Medina Asa of Ethiopia, just 20 years old. She ran with a very, very cool head, showing real experience here.
The medals and trophies are being handed over by Mr. Mathieu.
Great track racer and cross-country racer as well. The all-round runner is Medina Asa. And although her time this morning is not up there with the super fast times in this race over the years, it was still pretty solid, 14:48. Anything under 15 minutes, really quick running. Her personal best goes back to last December, where she ran 14:23 in Barcelona in a mixed race. But she is young, and she's learning, and she will get stronger, and she'll get faster. And that might be a little bit daunting for some of her rivals, because to have recorded a hat-trick and a race of this status at the age of 20 shows that she could dominate and get quicker for years to come. Goodness me. A name to watch then, Medina Asa, just 20 years old. And a devastating kick, taking on the victory this morning.
5K. Congratulations to Gela Ambese, Focen Tesfaye, and Medina Asa.
So we have a world record here this morning as well. We have the previous races. In the men's 10K, we had an area record from Berhanu Belu, running for Bahrain, 26:54. Indeed, the first 3 men came across the line in 26:54 in that one. It was cold and it was breezy a little bit, but boy, did they punch through 27 minutes, run quick this morning. Pity Nicholas Kipkore-Kimeli, he was 4th in 26:56 this morning, couldn't even make it onto the rostrum. Berhanu Belu finishing ahead of Deriba and Quizera in that men's 10K, and then in the women's 10K, Agnes Nigetic setting that new women's only world record, 29:27. Spectacular running from her to win by a minute and 3 seconds. And that women's 5K, well, it was just a little bit more cautious than the 2 earlier races, but winning time of 14:48 for Medina Asa gave the 20-year-old the hat-trick. And coming up, the men's 5K. There's the lineup for this men's 5K, coming up in about 5 minutes' time. The world record 12:49. Well, it could be under threat here. Yomif Kejelcha is in great form, the 27-year-old Ethiopian. Super consistent is Kejelcha, the defending champion. He won last year in 13 minutes exactly. He has run 12:50. That was back in March 23, a couple of years ago now. But he's in wonderful form as we see the rest of this pretty big field. Athletes have come in from all over the world. Adidas sponsored athletes from Japan and the USA and Korea and Uganda. Plenty of Ethiopians and Kenyans here, of course. Thierry Ndikumwenayo of Spain could be amongst the top half dozen or so here, the former Burundian. He's in good form. And so far, the organisation here has been quite supreme. A lot of volunteers out on the course helping make this a day of racing a success at this 5th edition of the Adizero Road to Records Racing Festival. But Yomif Kejelcha, well, I wonder if he'll have to do a lot of the work himself again this morning. He doesn't mind front running. He's a famous front runner. And he's got such a range. He has held the world record for the mile indoors. He has held the world record for the half marathon. His best half marathon just outside 57 minutes. And then he had to see Jacob Kiplimo, who runs in the London Marathon tomorrow, run under 57 minutes for the first time. Some of the Japanese athletes there. Takumi Orihashi, the 20-year-old, making his debut at a road 5K. But yes, Kejelcha, well, 57:30. He ran in Valencia last October, and then had to watch that world record go to Kiplimo in Barcelona, 56:42. Astonishing running, and of course many people think that 56:42 for Kiplimo means he can break the world record for the marathon at some point in his career, if not 24 hours after this morning's racing at the London Marathon. So the athletes on the line then. Almost 4 laps of this circuit here in Herzogenaurach ahead of them. Kejelcha, Jacob Kropp, watch him, silver medalist in the World Championships in 2022 in Eugene. He's a former winner here. He won in 2021 in 13:06 in the inaugural edition of this Road to Records Festival. He's a world junior champion at 5,000 back in 2022 is Adizero Yehun, who's another of the favourites here, the 22-year-old Ethiopian. And they are about to get underway here in this men's 5K. There are pacemakers, 3 of them out there. Jonah Hoey of the USA, Ayensa Tolosa and Turi Merkana. The crowd loving it. The crowd has grown in good numbers. There is a mass 5K at the end of these elite races here just after midday. And this race due off at 20 past, so they've got a couple of minutes just yet.
In 2022, he was the world under-20 champion, and in 2024, he ran 12:49 for the 5,000 meter. He did that during the Diamond League in Oslo. He's
Michel Boateng, well-known athletics agent, and himself a sometime commentator introducing the crowd. Yehun, World Junior 5,000 champion, is there. There he is. Very small character, 5'5", 1m66. But 12:49 he's run for 5,000. That was in Oslo last year.
Of 12 minutes and 45 seconds. From Kenya, Jacob Kropp.
Jacob Kropp, he's only 23. World Championship silver medalist a couple of years ago. Former winner here. He was 8th in 2022, but won here 4 years ago in 13:06.
He is around since 2013, but still young and strong. From Ethiopia and chasing the world record, Yomif Kejelcha.
Yomif Kejelcha, that delightful fella, speaks very good English. Had a long chat with him last year. Fabulously consistent too, but no big gold medal yet Lots of near misses in major championships. And Björn Gulden, the CEO of Adidas Global, gets things underway. So the fellas on the line then in this fairly big field. Let's hope the pacemakers can help out for the first lap or two.
We should do this every day.
Away they go then. Now, the pacemakers in black. Are they going to be able to push this along for more than a couple of minutes? Because that's what happened in the women's 10K. They were of very, very little help to Agnes Nigetic. Didn't stop her getting a world record. And how the organisers would love another world record here this morning. Meeting record 12:53 back in April 2022. And of course, that is the target for these fellas. They look to be moving well, and nice to see shadows from the sun that has broken out this last half hour or so. But it's so important that the early tempo hits the marks that they need. That wasn't the case in the women's 5K, and they were playing catch-up for most of the race because the first kilometre was so slow. I just get the feeling that these pacemakers are taking it out a little bit quicker. We need to see splits around 2:35 per kilometre if they get down below 13 minutes here today. Kejelcha there to the left of picture in the red, tall, lean figure. World indoor champion at 3,000 metres in 2016 and 2018, Kejelcha. And don't forget, you can join the virtual Road to Records race if you go to adidas.com and be part of today in effect. And it doesn't have to be today. Just enter the 5K and do it in your own time. Well, the pacemakers include Jonah Hoey there to the right of picture. And we do need to see them get to 1K in 2:35. It's critical that they hit these splits right here today.
Sie laufen das erste Mal auf die Zielgerade zu.
Tough though, 2:35 is really shifting under any circumstances. Fastest time in the world this year is 12:57 by Jimmy Gressier of France. That was in Lille back on the 16th of March. So anything under 13 minutes would be great. A world best would be great. And of course, well, a world record 12:49 as they come through the finish line with 3 laps to go. They've completed about a 3/4 lap to kick off this men's 5K, and that's a big pack. About 15 athletes go through, and they are traveling 2:36. Brilliant, nice and fast, sets it up wonderfully for that first kilometre in this men's 5K. 2:36, pretty much spot on 13-minute tempo. The world record by Berehu Aregawi was in Barcelona back in December 21. That would be very tough to beat. The event record and the best ever run here, 12:53 by Kejelcha when he won here in 2022. That's the second fastest time in history. And already that pace is beginning to take its toll, because that pack is stretching out and 1 or 2 are peeling off the back. Adisu Yehun there hits the front. The pacemaker struggling to go with this any further. And Yehune has taken on the role of front runner. He was 4th in Lille on the 16th of March, so only some 5 weeks ago when we ran 13:04, his personal best. He's on schedule for something quicker than that already. He's a tiny figure, 1.66 m, 5'5", but he's a fabulously quick road racer. And he's not scared to lead either, is he? And neither is Kejelcha. And maybe between them, these two can work together and produce something special here this morning. Kejelcha checking his watch. I'm not quite sure why. 4.5 minutes on the clock. Maybe they've just gone through the what would that have been? The first K was 2:36, 1,500 meter point. I'm not even sure if it's marked on the road. Well, we're 4.5 minutes in, and it's building nicely in this men's 5K.
We're going to get the new world record to Kenya.
Second kilometre was at 2:33. That second kilometre at 2:33 after an opener of 2:36. So they have accelerated well, and Yehoon is the man responsible for that. They got to 2K in 5:09. It is super fast. It's just what the doctor ordered. And they come through now with Kejelcha now. Has got the bit between his teeth, and he loves to front run. He's aggressive, and he's fast, and he's strong. And they pass in front of us now with 2 laps to run, and these 4 are away. And they are absolutely flying. Some people in England use the expression, they are caning it. Andrew Kiptu Alamisi is up there as well. Cornelius Kemboi is up there as well, the 25-year-old, a best of 13:13. He's going a lot quicker than that at the moment. He was only 11th here last year. 11th in the 10K. In 2022, 27:40. Has got good strength. He's never broken 13 minutes. But Andrew Kiptu, the 17-year-old, trying to live with Kejelcha here. That might be ambitious, because Kejelcha is super strong. We know that. He set a national record for the Ethiopians over 10K on the 16th of February. What, some 8 weeks or so ago. And now Cornelius Kemboi in second place. They're in single file. They're having to ease back because Kejelcha is in full flow here. And this is Kejelcha having unleashed full power. He sat in there for the first 4 or 5 minutes. Now he's beginning to wind it up. And when he gets going, rocks from side to side in that lovely rhythmic fashion of his, with that long stride from those long legs. He covers the ground quicker than almost anybody. Last year, he had a fabulous season of racing, but then only 6th in the Olympic 10,000 in Paris in 26:44. It was a quick time, but only 6th. And he hasn't yet, outdoors, nailed that massive gold medal, global gold that he is so capable of. 2:34 for that third kilometre. 12:52, the predicted winning time. That would be meeting record. It's 12:53 from his win 3 years ago. Kejelcha holds the meeting record, so to speak, for this festival road running. So that 2:34 after 2:33 is brilliant. They've run the last 2K in 5:07. And Kejelcha trying to forge a gap here over the men behind him. Adizero Yehoon, the youngster, 22 years old, in second place. Only about 15 meters down. But Kejelcha is like a heavyweight boxer. He keeps pummeling away. He will keep punching you in the face and getting you to submit. And there's nothing you can do about it. When somebody's an aggressive front runner, it's a tactic there is no answer to. How do you respond to this? You hang on to their coattails, but you can't do anything about it. It's not like a slow, tactical track race with lots of shifting around. There is nothing you can do. 9 minutes 15 on the clock, and Kejelcha comes through for the final time. 1 lap to run, and he has the speed and the power and the mental strength to churn out a super quick final lap here. As Kejelcha goes through the line, right in front of us. Now, 9:35 on the clock. What's he going to cover this last circuit in? Like I said, the fastest time in the world this year by Jimmy Gressier of France. That was a month or so ago in Lille. The fastest time in the world last year was only 12:58 by Hagos Gebrewet. That was in Al-Khobar in December. But heading out on the final circuit now, Kejelcha chasing history, chasing records. Kejelcha then within 2 or 3 seconds of the course record here. He needs to really dig deep here. 2:36, that 4th kilometre. And the projected time, 4:55. He's chasing, remember, the projected time, 12:55. Remember the course record as is 12:53. The world record, 12:49. It's still possible, but he has got to fly, this man. He has got the speed endurance, we know that. He's a former world record holder for the mile indoors. 3:47 he ran in Boston 6 years ago. He's the 7th fastest man in history over the road 10K. He's got everything, all the armory that's needed to break the world record. But he has got to really push on hard here, push through pain barriers, red line it more than he wants to. And that's the thing, your body and your legs are saying, your mind is saying, ease back, don't push so hard. But you've got to punch through that. You've got to be the winner against your will, so to speak, and produce the hard running. And he's got, what, about a minute, just over a minute of hard running has come at Yomif Kejelcha. That rocking from side to side, that head bobbing, takes that penultimate right-hand turn well. And I tell you what, the gap behind him has grown. And I think Kejelcha here is winding it up really impressively. That long stride, goodness me, that raking stride, eating up the ground now. Is this man running himself towards history? His best time ever in Herzogenaurach, 12:53. That was 3 years to go. Here he comes now, towards the finish line. He's into the finishing straight now. It's 150 meters long. Yomif Kejelcha driving for the line. The world record is 12:49. That might be out of reach, but can he set a new record here for Herzogenaurach? 12:53 is the target. It's going to be mighty close as he comes towards the line. 47, 48, 49. 50, look at the clock above the line. Kejelcha may have matched there his own record from 2022. It is super quick by Yomif Kejelcha yet again. It's a time that has been touched by only 2 or 3 other men in history. Arigari's world record stays safe. Joshua Tepchgar has run 12:51, and Kejelcha sits between them in the all-time rankings. He's just run quicker than everybody in history but 2 other men. And he's won, and he's got to be happy with that. But I wonder if there's just a tinge of disappointment for this man who so desperately wants to be on top of the record books, on top of the rankings. 12:54, he misses it by 1 second, Kejelcha. Oh, so near, but so far. Goodness me, what a fabulous run from Yomif Kejelcha. He wins comfortably, misses his own course record by 1 second. Confirmation of that win for Yomif Kajelcha here this morning in Herzogenaurach. 12:54 at this 5th edition of the Adizero Road to Records. Winning comfortably there, 9 seconds the gap back to Andrew Alamisi, who came through later to take second place, 13:03. Tyrion Dickenwinayo of Spain, the best of the Europeans yet today, 13:08 in 3rd place there. And then Cornelius Kemboy, 13:11 in 4th. And Jacob Kroppel, 13:22, still really solid running for 5K on the road, but 28 seconds down on Kajelcha's at 12:54. So near, yet so far for Kajelcha here this morning. Frustrating for him. And I know he judges himself by the very highest standards, and he will have wanted more. He'll be looking at that race and trying to figure out where he could have gone better. Well, they set off here in this men's 5K at 11:20, the 4th race of 6 in Herzogenaurach, with Yomif Kajelcha and Adizero, the early leaders. Kajelcha, though, taking the lead after less than 1 full lap, and gradually building that lead and surging over the final circuit to come so close to his own meeting record of 12:53 from 3 years ago when he won here in Herzogenaurach. 12:54 his winning time this morning. So near yet so far, but it's still a time that only 2 men in history have ever matched. They are Berehu Aragawi, the world record holder on the roads, and Joshua Cheptegei, the world record holder for 5,000 on the track. And Kari Tollefson is with the winner.
All right, I'm down here with Yomif. Yomif, an awesome race, one of the fastest we've ever seen in the world, but not quite a world record today. Talk us through your race.
This race is very good. So it's course also it's very nice. I like it. Just I try to beat world record, but I don't beat world record, but I run fast time. Just my 2nd time in the road. I'm happy.
So the race went a little bit slower. Where do you think you could have squeezed out a couple more seconds?
Just one part is very wind, so every coming I get the wind, so I come a little bit, roll down. So I maybe my time is also come little bit 2 kilometers down very low, so I lose world records. Just I don't give up. I try again.
You really do not give up, but everybody here was yelling so loud for you. Did you have fun today?
Really, yeah, I'm happy. All around, people give me moral. So I really am happy. Thank you for everyone.
Well, thank you. This is our men's 5K champion, Yomif. Awesome job.
Yomif Kajelcha there. He's a lovely fella. He speaks reasonable English. He tries so hard to speak good English.
Good to hear from you.
It's Lynn. How are you doing?
Hey, it's Sandy. How are you doing?
Adidas and Common Goal have partnered again for Move the Planet. Each project is unique to their community needs.
Es importante educarnos en sostenibilidad.
Οι περισσότεροι από τους διαμένοντες εδώ δεν είναι καθόλου εξοικειωμένοι με τις έννοιες της ανακύκλωσης ή της βιωσιμότητας.
Es hacer que más niños, niñas, adolescentes y jóvenes tengan esta posibilidad, acceso a esta educación.
Sports acts as a universal language here.
I coach soccer, but there's also the education side. So you're not only focused on sports, but also the life skill sessions.
Plastic is orange.
What is rewarding about these projects is being able to tangibly see the impact on individuals and communities.
Places like this matter to me.
It was a track like this one where I first believed I could do something special. Now I am moving for the planet, so others have that same chance.
Marks, set.
Are you moving with me?
Go, 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 go. Drive, drive, drive. High knees. Don't stop. Don't. Guys, don't.
Seems like training is working. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff.
Not bad for a Sunday morning, huh? Yeah, I see you, Ben. Hold on. Whoa, Reese, I know that's not you at the back. Should we play the song for him, Josephine?
Oh, yes, please. Play that tune.
Don't make me play it for you, Reese. I'm good. This one's for you, yeah? Not today. Come on, dig deep now. We love it, Reese. We love it. Come on. You're killing me. Yes, Reese.
She said, be honest with how you feel. I said, that's easier said than done.
Well, 2 races to come. We've had a couple of fabulous 10Ks, a couple of fabulous 5Ks, and 2 one-mile races to come. The next race is due off at 12 o'clock. That is the women's mile. So that's 12 o'clock local time. That's in about 19 minutes from now. We've got a little bit of time on our hands. Interesting just now to hear Yomif Kejelcha making reference to the wind. It's the first time we've heard it mentioned this morning. I do think it picked up about 20 minutes, half an hour ago. Kejelcha running 12:54 for that road 5K here around the circuit here in Herzogenaurach. Maybe he would have got closer to it if the wind had been a little bit kinder. They got underway at 11:20 local time, and Kejelcha did most of the hard work, having had a little bit of help earlier on from the youngster Adizero. But in the latter stages, it was all about Kejelcha against the clock. He said afterwards the wind was a factor, and that held him back a little bit. 5 seconds, it's a small margin by which to miss a world record. He missed his own meeting record by just 1 second, having won here at 12:53 in 2022, but nonetheless came across the line a long way under 13 minutes. Fabulous racing, fabulous running for Yomif Kejelcha. Hands on his head there in frustration, having just missed his target. He's an ambitious man, and he's lost a couple of world records in the last year or so over the indoor mile and the outdoor half marathon. But here is Haile.
Well, everybody, I'm back down here with Haile Gebrselassie, one of the most amazing runners we've ever seen on the planet here. So listen, Haile, you have been signing autographs, you're hanging out with people, you're all smiles. You having fun today?
Yes, it is. Always when you come here, you can see something very special. The atmosphere is fantastic. Of course, it's the same people, the 3-stripe, amazing.
I love it. So Yomif Kejelcha, he just missed the world record, and you had some words with him afterwards. What did you say to him?
I'm a little bit disappointed, the way how he's running. First of all, the race was slow at the beginning. For me, he didn't bring, just the right pacemaker. The right pacemaker means, should be from 1,500 meters or 800 meters runner. And plus, Yomif, he has an ability, to break a world record. In future, believe me, I don't know when it's exactly, he can, especially on the track, yes. But today, I'm so happy. Agnes did a wonderful world record. Out of, 4 or 5 disciplines, to break one record is amazing. Imagine what happened, just when you do a track. How many disciplines? Jumping, running, throwing, many. But one world record is a lot for those people. But for Adidas today, it's amazing. It's marvelous.
And not only have we seen world records here today, well, one world record, but we've seen national records. Lots of records have gone away now today. This is pretty awesome.
Sorry to forget, Brahanu, what he did, today, this national record. Not only the national record, also don't forget, under 27 minutes. Amazing. It's a great day.
What do you think the athletes are feeling? Now, some of them are done, and some of them are just enjoying each other's, company. They're hanging out, but there's also a couple more races here coming up. We have the women's mile and the men's mile.
Exactly. What I see today, all Adidas runners, they perform very good. For me, I'm thinking about, the next race, like Diamond League, World Championship, and so on and so on. All those Adidas athletes, really performing very well. And of course, the next two events, the mile is going to be another good one. But no matter what, today, what we see, Adidas, they have just really a right athlete and a good athlete, and we'll see them the next many races around the world.
How does this race set them up for a great World Championships in Tokyo this fall, running here at the Adidas headquarters?
It's amazing. It's a good experience, and all those athletes, the one they're preparing, for the World Championship, it's a wonderful chance for them. And please, Adidas, to keep, this kind of competition. It's really, of course, there is many track races around the world, but a road like this one, very few. Out of that few is the one here in today, road to a record. That's what happened today.
Well, thanks so much, Haile. You have lots of autographs to go sign and other people to hang out with. Enjoy your time here.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's go see some awards and see the miles.
See some awards and see the miles, we will indeed. Yes, two races to come from the 6 here this morning in Herzogenaurach. The 10K for men and women has been held, the 5K for men and women has been held, and the women's and men's miles yet to come. To women's mile first will be on the hour at 12 o'clock, so in about some 12 or 13 minutes time. The temperature gradually climbing all the time. That's good news. It was freezing here. It was really cold a couple of hours ago. It was about 9 degrees centigrade and breezy and full cloud cover. Well, it's 14 degrees now, as you can see. The wind's still a little bit stronger than people would like, and of course Kajelcha mentioned it there in that still fabulous 5,000 win of his, 12:54. He said the wind was a factor, but the cloud is gradually being burnt off, and I suspect it will continue to rise up into the high teens, I hope, through the middle of this Super Saturday here at the Adidas campus. The time Kajelcha produced, by the way, only 2 other men have gone as quick as that in the history of 5K running on the roads. Alamisi ran 13:03 for second. That was a 3-second personal best. A national record there, by the way, too, for Shim Jong-sub of Korea, the 34-year-old. His personal best was 15:29. He ran 15 minutes exactly this morning. That's a new national record for Korea. Incremental improvements, that's what you expect when it comes to national records, and every little counts as you claw your way towards world class. By the way, my results screen shows that the 13:08 by Thierry Ndikamwenaya of Spain was an area record. Now that's not right. Jimmy Gressier of France ran 12:57, some 11 seconds quicker in Lille on the 16th of March, just a month or so back, about 5 weeks ago. The women's 10K, and elite women's 10K race. Thalia setting a course record. That's Thalia Valdivia of Peru setting a record of 31:44, an area record for South America. And Carrie is with her.
Hello, Talia. Setting an area record here of 31:44. Talk about your race a little bit today.
¿Cómo te has sentido el día de hoy, Talia?
La verdad bien, me encantó el evento y pues agradezco a Dios por darme la oportunidad, ¿no?, de estar aquí y también por hacer esta marca y muy feliz.
She's really happy to be here and she enjoyed the route and she is really happy with God to be here and for the result that she had today.
Well, thank you. Congratulations. Back to our awards.
Well, she enjoyed the route and set an area record. Talia Valdivia, Peru, 31:44 in the women's 10K for 5th place. But after the men's 5K, Yomif Kejelcha, well, he was the winner, 12:54 ahead of Alamisi. 13:03 his compatriot, who set a personal best by 3 seconds, and Turin Dickenwinayo of Spain, former Burundian, in 3rd place in 13:08. Kejelcha totally dominant this morning. That winning margin, some 9 seconds. And of course, we all know that the best performances are produced 99% of the time by competition, by somebody pushing you from behind. And Kejelcha, he had to do his own pushing. He's used to that. He's a famously aggressive front runner. But I just think maybe, as you can see the wind flapping his number there, I just wonder whether or not if he'd had a bit of a competition through the second half of that men's 5K 15-20 minutes ago, he wouldn't have come home a little bit quicker.
Adizero Road to Records 2025. Congratulations to Thierry Dickenwinayo, Andrew Alamisi, and Yomif Kejelcha.
All smiles there, lovely scene from the first 3 in that men's 5K. Well, everybody enjoying themselves in the sunshine, still wrapped up because there's a bit of a breeze here, and when the breeze gets up, the 14 degrees that we saw suddenly becomes about 10 or 11, so it's a little bit cooler than people might have liked, although I think the weather is due to get warmer and warmer through this afternoon. That next race, the penultimate race of the day, is that women's mile, 5th of 6 races. That's at 12 o'clock. That's due off in about 6 minutes' time. There we are. There's the area record being boasted by Talia Valdivia of Peru. 31:44. No mean achievement. She seemed very happy with her day's work here in Herzogenaurach. There's the finishing straight to the right of picture. They run from the top downwards towards the finish gantry to the extreme right of picture. But a world record so far has been set here today. If you've joined me in the last few minutes, let me remind you that Agnes Nigetic running an astonishing time this morning, 29:27, to take 34 seconds off the women-only world record. There we saw the lineup for the women's mile. That is the next race on this circuit. And their lap in the mile race, well, it's 322 meters plus 1 full lap. So they will come flying through the line after 322 meters and then head out on their 1 lap of 1,286 meters to make up the 1,609 meters needed for the mile distance. 76 communities, 48 countries. Find your local crew at the Adidas Run crew. Yeah, there are communities all over the place. Just go and search and you'll find it, and find one near you, I'm pretty sure. Brant's Jebet Rotic amongst those waiting to start this women's mile. They're due off in 5 minutes time in the sunshine. Well, the engine's revving then for the speedsters, the women's and men's miles yet to come. There's Thalia Valdivia getting a shot with the winner of the men's 5K. She probably regards Kejelcha as a bit of a god. She ran very well in the women's 10K. Enjoying their time in the sunshine here in Herzogenaurach on the Adidas campus. The many spectators, many of them running in the mass 5K that concludes the morning's, the day's running. It'll be just after midday. That mile race off in about 3 minutes time. Nelly Chepchirchir is the defending champion. She starts as a strong favourite for the women's mile. Her personal best 4:31 on the roads. She is a 1:57 800-meter runner, though that was in Zagreb, Croatia, just last September. Terry and Dickamunayo 13:08, a national record it was for him. Not an area record, not a European record, that belongs to Jimmy Gressier, but still brilliant running for Thierry and Dickamunayo. 13:08 for that national record. Still the standout performance of the day by Agnes Nigetic, though. Is that 29:27 as we see this small field. Only 9 athletes in this women's mile. Short and sharp it will be, just over 4 minutes. The event record was set last year, of course, only once held before, and that was 4:30.9 by Nelly Chepchirchir, the defending champion.
Finished 9th in the World Road Championships, only 21 years old. The best is yet to come. From Huntington, Indiana, USA, Addison Wiley.
Addison Wiley being introduced to the crowd. There's the 21-year-old American. 1:56.8 she ran in August last year for 800, 3:59 1500-meter runner. Very much a world-class athlete. Wiley could surprise people here. Howie Abera Gumza, just 18 years old. They're all young, this elite field. As a medal from the mixed relay back in 2023 comes through. She's strong and
As a
fast.
senior, she started to excel in the 1500 meter. With a personal best of 3:56, she's among the top in the world. From Kenya, what's the beautiful long strides, Nelly Chepchirchir.
There's Nelly Chepchirchir,
starter is
the
Michelle
defending
Robinson,
champion.
executive board
Broke
member,
4 minutes for
Global
1500
Human
meters
Resource
5
People and
times
Culture.
in 2023. That was her breakthrough season. And then ran 3:56 in the Rome Diamond League last year for 1500 meters. That's her personal best. Michelle Robinson about to get this field underway. Away they go then. 4 minutes of hard running to come. The pacemaker here is Sanet Alem, just 19 years old. She really just needs to set this up well for the first minute and a half or so. If she can stay in there for a couple of minutes, that would be wonderful. Pacemakers have been told they've got to drop out. That was no problem in the 10Ks and 5Ks, but in the mile, I suppose it's conceivable a pacemaker could hang in there and finish the race. But they are shifting, and they will be looking here to go very, very fast indeed through these early stages. This women's mile, the first 200 meters taking 31.5, so they have gone off at about 63-second pace. That is not a tempo they'll be able to maintain. Addison Wiley goes in this one, the 21-year-old American, with the best of 4:30. That was in Des Moines a couple of years ago. She ran 4:30.9. But she was just outside 2 minutes in the Milrose Games back in February for 800 meters. She's in fine form. Can she hang in there with the best of the Africans, though? Kumza of Ethiopia, just 18 years old. Chepchirchir of Kenya. And maybe cause an upset here. Taryn Rawlings is in there as well for the USA, the 29-year-old. Hasn't raced since the middle of February, when she had a poor run by her standards in the US Championships. She was 8th here last year in 4:43, Rawlings, so she knows the circuit reasonably well. But this is quick. They've gone us super fast. Your first 400, 61.5. That's crazy fast. I wonder if they'll settle down here. Nelly Chepchirchir there, the tall figure just to the left of picture, looking pretty comfortable at the moment. She does have that 1:57 800 meter speed. On and now Nelly Chepchirchir with 2 minutes on the clock eases past the pacemaker. If she can maintain anything like this sort of tempo, then she will produce a super fast time here. The world record, by the way, 4:20.98 by Deribi Welteji. That was set in Riga at the inaugural World Road Running Championships in October 2023. But Nelly Chepchirchir beginning to forge a gap here now. 4:30.9 she ran last year. Can she improve on that here today? The last 200 meters has been 35.2. It has certainly slowed down pretty dramatically from that super fast start. Nice long stride she's got. Chepchirchir looks comfortable too. Howie Kumsa in second place, the little Ethiopian. And then it is Addison Wiley in third place, giving a good account of herself at the moment, the third 21-year-old American. Many, many races last year at 800 and 1500 meters. Wiley was 9th in the World Championships of the Road Mile in Riga in 4:36 back in 2023. But she has broken 2 minutes for 800 many times. She's a 1:56.8 performer at 800. She's the fastest in the field at 800, Wiley. But at the moment, Nelly Chepchirchir isn't giving her a chance, because this is aggressive front running from the American. She too is a 1:57 800 meter runner, came 5th in the World Championships in Budapest in 2023, over 1500 meters. She has the credentials. She's a really high caliber track racer at championship level, and she's running at a high caliber today, because that gap has grown back to Howie Kumsa. And this is a dominant run from Nelly Chepchirchir. She's going to retain her title by the looks of things, but what sort of time can she churn out here? 3:53 on the clock now. She comes into the home straight. It's going to be quick. I think it's going to be quicker than last year. Nelly Chepchirchir looks too relaxed for me. She should be grinding it out here and driving for the line. And Howie Kumsa is closing on her. I think she realised that Chepchirchir had relaxed a little bit there coming to the home straight, but Chepchirchir still looks relaxed for my money. Watch the clock, it's not on screen, I can tell you it's 4:18, 19, 20, 21. She's just missed the world record, can you believe? Goodness me, I'm not sure she knew it. Did she know she was within a second or so of the world record, covering that last 50, 70 metres? Was she just absolutely exhausted and out on her feet? Have I read it wrong? Or was she relaxing because she knew she had a big lead? But it was super fast, and I think she's just run a really, really quick time, maybe quicker than she realises, Nelly Chepchirchir. Waiting for that time to come through, and I got a time at 4:23 has come through. She's missed the world record by just over a second. Oh my word. It does tell you though that this is a quick circuit and the conditions are good, and that's exciting because there's a super strong men's field coming up. Really strong men's field. I have to say, with all due respect, in depth, considerably stronger than the women's mile fields. But goodness me, Nelly Chepchirchir has just missed the world record by a tiny margin.
We're going to get the new world record to Kenya.
Well, there it is, confirmation that Nelly Chepchirchir ran 4:23.98. She's missed the world record by exactly 3 seconds. Actually, a little bit more than I expected, but I think she was relaxed in that last few hundred meters. Harry Abira comes at 4:25.62. Well, going down to hundredths of a second here, unusual on the roads. Madison Wiley, 4:30.9, a good third place for the American there. And 4:30.9 for Addison Wiley. I think that is a personal best by 4/100ths of a second, although generally on the roads one doesn't time to the hundredths of a second. Bertkan Degu Shifarov, 4:36 in fourth place. But it was actually a very comfortable win there for Nelly Chepchirchir. Shifarov's time 4:37 in her fourth place. Quite some way behind the three medalists, and this is the way it panned out. The early pace, well, if anything, it was a little bit too quick in the early stages. They went out so fast. It was 61.5 after 400 meters, after a 31-second opening 200 meters. Nelly Chepchirchir was the one who was strongest off the back of that almost suicidally fast early pace, and looked very relaxed in the closing stages, but I'm not sure whether or not, and we'll hear it I'm sure from Carrie, whether or not she was relaxed or she was tired in the last 200 meters. She came into the finishing straight with a very good lead, but then I think Harry Abira began to realize she was faltering, threatened her briefly, and as she came to the line, she was only a couple of seconds outside the world record. I'm not even sure she knew that. Nelly Chepchirchir, maybe that was a missed opportunity this morning. Well, that's the schedule of races this morning, the way it's unfolded. We've just got the men's mile to come. It's almost 12 local time here in Herzogenaurach. And we have a world record today that stamps the seal of approval on the meeting. Agnes Negetic getting that women's only 10K world record, 29.27. Quite superb running from the young Kenyan to make this a special morning on the Adidas campus. Well, it is all about breaking records, and national records and area records are coming through on a regular basis. Lovely atmosphere here, lovely relaxed atmosphere as it's just eased past midday in southern Germany. The spring weather looking quite gorgeous. Went for a jog in one of the forests yesterday just near here, and it was absolutely beautiful. Wild animals galore, peace and quiet, yourself and nature left alone. If you don't run, do start running. Please just get out there. It's good for your health, it's good for your head, it's good for your heart, all the H's. And you will enjoy it. And it makes you feel a bit holier than thou. Can I say that? There's something good about exercise, aerobic exercise, that makes you feel you've just done something rather special. I think Carrie Tollefson can hear me and she's laughing at me. Why are you laughing at me, Carrie? Hey, Carrie, ask her when you chat to her in a minute, Nelly Chip Chit Chit, was she tired in that last 200, or was she easing back? Because she could have got the world record this morning, I think. Very, very close to the world record. It was a brilliant run. Anyway, Carrie's going to be talking to that winner, Nelly Chip Chit Chit, very shortly, I'm sure. She's only 21, Nelly Chip Chit Chit. She will get stronger, she will get faster, and she will break the road mile world record. There's my prediction for the morning. She was close to that 4:20.98 by Wolteji of Ethiopia, who produced it in late 2023, the world record for the women's road mile. Well, just that men's mile to come here, and let me tell you, it's a clash of the 800-meter specialists. You've got the world indoor champion up against the world outdoor champion and the Olympic champion at 800 meters. I mean, you could hardly make it up, and they're all great milers as well. And you've got the new star of 800-meter running, Josh Hoey, the fastest in the world this year at 800 meters indoors, the second fastest man in history at 800 meters competing as well. And Josh Hoey's PB for a mile at 4:12, due for a little bit of revision, I reckon. He ran that super fast 800 and at the US Indoor Championships on Staten Island back in the early part of this year in the indoor season. And then he went on to take world indoor gold in Nanjing very comfortably as well. Bryce Hoppel is out there, the world indoor champion from Glasgow last year. Took a bronze medal at the world indoors back in 2022. The 27-year-old Bryce Hoppel, super consistent at 800 meters. Sam Prakel is out there as well. Prakel, 7th here last year in 4:02, but he's a better athlete than that. He's run 3:34 for 1,500 meters and 3:56, his personal best in Honolulu 3 years ago. Hobbs Kessler was 2nd here last year, the reigning world road mile champion from Riga in October 23. He's a 3:56 performer. He can take several seconds off that. He's a prolific racer, Hobbs Kessler. I love to see his racing. And Emmanuel Wanyonyi maybe starts as favourite, the Olympic champion from last summer in Paris at 800 metres. He won the mile here last year in 3:54. That is his personal best. And the world record for the mile on the roads is still, I think, vulnerable. It's held by Britain's Elliot Giles at 3:51.3. That was in Dusseldorf last September. Elliot Giles himself, again ironically, better known as an 800-meter runner, one of the fastest ever indoors. 3:51.3. That's the target for the fellas today in the men's mile coming up. That men's mile at 25 past the hour, so about 11 or 12 minutes away. Of course, we didn't mention in that sort of roundup of the big names in that men's mile a few minutes away, Marco Arop. He's only the reigning world champion at 800 meters, the Canadian, 26-year-old. Had a lovely chat with him yesterday, where there's this debate about whether or not his surname should be pronounced Arop, because it's a sub-Saharan African name, or Arop, which is something you climb in my world, but or a rope. But Marco Arop making his debut, I think, for a road mile here today. Recently ran in the Grand Slam track meeting in Jamaica, in Kingston, Jamaica, where he was 6th in the 1500 meters in 3:39. His PB is only 3:38, and then he won the 800 in 1:45. But there's a fascinating clash between him and Wanyonyi here today. Both 800 meter specialists, and they've swapped wins and losses this last couple of years, because Arop won the World Championships in 2023 in Budapest when Wanyonyi was 2nd, and then last summer Wanyonyi won the Olympic Games in Paris and Arop was 2nd. So a bit of a rematch, this one. Not a decider, but a rematch. And they are both unbelievably consistent racers. Yes, hello to you two, enjoying the sunshine and the probably something resembling liquid nectar, you lucky devils. I'm definitely going to go and enjoy some of that VIP food and drink after this, I can tell you. But they're both super consistent. Marco Arop, last summer, 3 times he ran 1:41 for 800. And amidst it all, that Olympic silver medal. And Emmanuel Wanyonyi, well, last year he ran 4 times 1:41 for 800. Unprecedented consistency at super fast 800 meter racing. And of course, amidst all that, he won the Olympic 800 meters. Has to be said that the new generations of spikes are making a big difference to the track races and the middle distances, as well as to the road races as well. We've seen an awful lot of talk about the track shoes this morning, the road shoes, but the track shoes make a difference too. Carrie, though, back to you.
All right, I'm down here with Michelle Robertson. I'm going to get this right.
Go for it.
She is the executive board member of HR, People and Culture. Did I do it?
You did it, you did it. Well,
that was a mouthful. So Michelle, I mean, it's an amazing event so far. You must be so proud.
I am incredibly proud of the team that have put it together. From all over the world, people coming together to make this event for all of us. I think it's a really special occasion. 5th year. And I think every year it gets bigger, it gets better, and you see more athletes, you see more people taking part, and the energy is just wonderful.
Yeah, when you're sitting on the board and you're talking about this, and then you come out here and you see it's like a big melting pot of the world, right?
Yes, it is. It is. It's a huge melting pot. And every year, we talk about how can we make it bigger, better, how can we make it more inclusive? And you see this year we have more races for kids. We also have a walking for the 5K too, to make sure it's inclusive for everybody. So we celebrate our athletes, and we all aim to get better, and we train harder each year to kind of beat each other and be more competitive. But at the same time, we do want it to be inclusive for everybody. A real community event.
Well, there's so many people watching this event. So what is your hope for other people to watch how Adidas treats its employees and the community around it?
I think we have a unique culture here, probably slightly biased, but I do think, especially in the headquarters here, it is incredibly international, incredibly diverse. We want everybody to have a sense of belonging, to be able to be themselves, and also really buy into having sports, having the power to change lives. And I think this is a part of us bringing it to life today. And people, they take inspiration from this. They use it through the course of the year. They come back the next year, maybe stronger, better, and faster. And it's those elements that I think are important. And it isn't just for Adidas. It's also, we share it with the local community. And we encourage people in the local community to come along and be involved as well. We want them to see and be able to share the incredible environment and atmosphere that we have here.
Oh, I just love every minute of it. And I can't wait to see you next year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sal. Michelle Robertson.
Thank you, Carrie. Yes, getting the titles of some of these executives is not always an easy task, not a given. But what a good job they do working away behind the scenes and turning a brand like Adidas into the powerful force that it is. There's the circuit for this mile race coming up. They do 322 meters from their start line before coming through the finish line, and then they've got the one full lap of 1,286 meters to make up the 1,609. So the start is just inside the campus, 120 meters before the large gate, which is back from the sort of hidden behind the main building here. So that big men's field, remember there were only there was only a small field in the women's race, some 9 athletes in that women's mile. This men's mile field, a much different prospect. Some 17 men by my count in this men's mile, but the sharp end of it, there's 6 or 7 fellas who are super fast, capable of going a long way under 4 minutes. Although, funnily enough, since the World Road Mile has become an official world record event, thanks to World Athletics, it hasn't really moved on as much as I would have expected. Of course, the Fifth Avenue Mile in New York, where Josh Kerr won last September in 3:45, super fast 3:45. That is not a record eligible course because it's a point-to-point course. It's a straight mile. And basically the rules are that the start and finish lines must not be more, I think it's than half the full distance, or is a third of the full distance apart. So basically the start and finish have got to be reasonably close together. Otherwise, of course, and it's obvious, the wind can become too much of an aiding factor for the runners. So back to this women's mile, just to remind you of the dominant performance by Nelly Chepchirchir. They set out super fast, 61 seconds for the first 400. Chepchirchir was able to withstand that and storm to a very comfortable win, 4:23. Her winning time. Missed the world record by a couple of seconds though this morning. I understand she might have had a slight stomach upset. That's what was perhaps holding her back in the latter stages. But it sets the scene well for this men's mile coming up now. So the final race of the day then. Some 17 men in this men's mile field, and it promises to be a real humdinger, because there's some fabulous quality out there. World indoor champion, world outdoor champion, Olympic champion for 800 meters. And in this day and age, all the 800-meter men can run great 1500s as well. Back to you though, Carrie.
All right, I'm down here with Addie Wiley from the U.S. Addie, you were real close to a PB today. Talk about what your race was like.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day out here, and we're so thankful for everybody who showed up and is supporting us athletes. The energy was incredible, and it really helped carry us around this loop, and have a great day.
So you've been here before. You know, I know that Adidas is your sponsor, but it's a pretty cool event, isn't it?
It is. The community really makes the event. All the Adidas runners really bring the energy, and so it's just fantastic.
Well, congratulations, and we can't wait to see you run this summer.
Thank you.
Addie Wiley of the U.S.
Well, Addie Wiley enjoying herself on this brief trip over to Europe before heading back to the USA and getting on with her training preparation for what is a big, big summer. Grand Slam track for many athletes. Of course, the Diamond League kicks off today in Xiamen, China. The first of the 14 meetings for the Diamond League is today in China, and that'll run right the way through the summer through to September. And then, of course, small matter of the World Championships in Tokyo, where, of course, they wanted to host the Olympic Games. In that glorious stadium, new stadium, where they will have big crowds in there eventually, deservedly in September at the World Championships. That concludes the summer. Hobbs Kessler just taking a little stroll forward there, being introduced to the crowd. Kessler, 22-year-old, is the reigning world champion for the road mile. And I was looking at his CV last night, and get this, Hobbs Kessler raced every month last year except July. He was producing world-class performances in races of some kind or another in every single month of the calendar year last year, apart from July. Quite astonishing. And this year, he's in fabulous form. He's already run a 3:46.9 indoor mile. He came second at the Melrose Games to Yared Naguse on the 8th of February. So expect something special from Hobbs Kessler here.
His destiny seemed to be a basketball player, but he got the advice to go and run.
Marco Arop being introduced there to the crowd by the PA man.
800-meter world champion.
Of course,
today he's going the distance.
He is the world champion at 800 meters. Marco Arop of Canada, still only 26 years old. some of you listening to me will think, nope, he pronounced his name Arop.
He has been around for quite some time now.
But I'm going to say Arop.
He's only 22 years old.
He is a fabulous 800-meter runner, the reigning world champion Marco Arop. Hobbs Kessler, the reigning world champion for the road mile. That's from Riga 2023. We know he's in fabulous form. His dad is here. Spent a bit of time chatting to him yesterday. He's a bronze medalist from the World Indoors last year as well, Hobbs Kessler.
But he wanted to run.
And this man is the Olympic champion from Kenya. He's only 20 years old. He's not a big fella, 1m78, 5'10". He'll be dwarfed by Marco Arop, who's a big fella. But Emmanuel Wanyonyi, super fast at 800, 4 times 141 last year. He won the short distance race. Is at the first Grand Slam track meeting in Kingston. He's in good form. Eventually they get underway there. Bjorn Gulden getting them going. Now, will the pacemakers do their job here? The pacemakers, well, there's only the one. It's Christian Harrison, his big burden for him. In fact, it looks like there's two out there, but we really need them to hack through this first minute and a half or so at super fast pace and make sure that those behind can hang on. Now, there's so much speed in the main protagonists, Wanyonyi and Kessler and Prakel and Hoppel and Hoey and Arop. It's a wide open race in many respects, but there's so much speed over 800. I'd expect them to be able to go with a quick early pace and have the strength to come through in the second half and survive this well. So the world record beckons. It's 3:51.3 by Britain's Elliot Giles from Dusseldorf last September. That was a road mile where he beat Yared Nuguse in 3:51.9. Can they here get the pace right? They really need to nail this and ensure that they're on track for the first this first 400 meters. Now it's important, 56.9 for the first 400. That is good, just about spot on. Doesn't need to be any slower. That last 200, 27.7. 3:48 tempo by the looks of things. That is world record schedule. They've set it up well, these pacemakers. Now this is critical, this second lap, and even more so the second 400, and even more so the third 400. Absolutely critical, but it's been set up really well. One minute 50 on the clock. They're almost at halfway in this one. They've gone to 600 and 127. Now, this was my worry. They've run that 400 between 200 and 600 in not much inside 60. So they have certainly slowed there after a really quick start. It is slightly uphill. They're coming up towards the halfway point. In fact, they should have gone through it now with well over 2 minutes on the clock. It hasn't yet come up on my screen, but nonetheless, they are pushing it hard here. And this is where they've got to be very aggressive. This third quarter, they've got to go hard here. That's a big pack. That tells me they're running too conservatively. Somebody, and it looks like Marco Arop at the front now, has got to really take the bull by the horns here. The last 200 was just waiting for that split to come through. At 800, 207, I can't believe it. Do they really run the second 400 as slow as that? That would be a real shame. No, I don't think so. So 1,227 is the information coming through. You can see Josh Hoey at the back there, Emmanuel Wanyonyi, who's in fabulous form, the Kenyan towards the front there, but it's Marco Arop, who's an intimidating figure. He's a massive fella, the Canadian, who's at the front at the moment. He's not an experienced 1,500 meter runner, but he leads at the moment. Let's go! Last 229 seconds. That's not quick enough. 3:57, the predicted winning time. Now Emmanuel Wanyonyi, the Olympic champion at 800 meters, hits the front, and they've left this late. 3:20 on the clock, and surely he's not going to be headed now, because this man is super fast. Negotiates this final turn and into the home straight, waiting for the clock to come up. 3:30 on the clock at the moment. Wanyonyi driving for the line here. Does a record beckon? The world record, remember, is 3:51.3. Wanyonyi powering towards the line here. Hobbs Kessler in second place, but watch the clock. It is going to be tight for the world record. 48, 49.50. It may be a world record here. It's very, very tight indeed. Hard to tell. The clock over ahead of the finish line looked like it was a second or two ahead from what I recorded, and I thought I started when the gun went, but we shall see. It could be yet again a very, very near miss, as in the women's road mile. We're waiting to see. Goodness me, what have they done here? Have they got it right? 3:52 is coming through as the official winning time for Emmanuel Wanyonyi. He might have missed the world record by less than a second. And there was a point in the middle of the race, probably about a 600-meter section in the middle of the race, where they really didn't attack it. It needed somebody. They needed a pacemaker who could take them aggressively to the 1,000-meter point, get them over the hump, so to speak. I think that's the lesson for next year in the mile, is get a pacemaker in this race who can get them to 1,000, maybe 1,100 meters of the 1,600, and get them over the hump, the hill, because that's where they slowed. And I think they have just missed the world record here. 3:52, Emmanuel Wanyonyi. Hobbs Kessler, 3:54. Nico Young, a great third place for Nico Young. 3:54 as well for the 22-year-old American. Wow, he's taken down some big names today. Fanil Kipkosgei taking fourth place, and Collins Kibiwat Koech taking fifth. And then General Bahanu Ayansa taking sixth. Josh Hoey was back. He's more of an 800-meter specialist, that's fair enough. And Sam Prackle, 4:02. Not a good day for him at the races here today either, when you think he's a 3:34, 1,500-meter runner. But, wow, good racing nonetheless. Emmanuel Wanyonyi, though, well, it turned out, by their standards, I think, to almost be a tactical affair. I don't think the middle of the race was quick enough, and they have just missed a world record. What a shame. The same as in the women's race. Very, very close. But we do have that world record today from Agnes Ngetic, 29:27 in the women's 10K. A women's-only world record by 34 seconds. Quite astonishing running by the young Kenyan. And that will be the main celebration of the day, there's no doubt about it. There have been national records, there have been area records, and an awful lot of personal bests. But I'm just looking at the splits in that men's mile, and it looked like 56.9 for the first 400, and then I think it was the second 400 that did the damage. It really looks like they ran the second 400 in about 60 seconds. There's a slight uphill in that. Back to Carrie with the winner.
All right, down here with Emmanuel Wanyonyi. Emmanuel, so close.
First of all, I thank God for these results. I don't expect, but I done my best. Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about the race. I mean, it was a little slow off the gun, but then you really wound it up. You are so good at sitting and kicking and pressing. Today, you pressed the pace.
I think it's experience for best makers. You go too slow. So I decided to run in back. But I'm sorry for my results today.
Yeah. Have you had fun out here today?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're all smiles.
Why not? I have fun for also. I like this race. I say thanks for fans to come to cheer us. God bless you all.
Oh, congratulations. Way to go. Our men's winner of the mile, Emmanuel Wanyonyi.
Thank you.
Well, Emmanuel Wanyonyi there, referencing experience, and he's gaining it all the time and becoming quite a force to be reckoned with as a combination 800 and 1,500 meter runner. The time has just been adjusted by the way his winning time to 3:53. I thought it was 3:52. That's what showed initially, but Wanyonyi there being credited with 3:53 winning time for that in that men's mile. And just a couple of seconds outside the world record. It is a personal best for him. He won here last year in 3:54.6. He wins here today in 3:53. And he won pretty comfortably, frankly. Hobbs Kessler second, 3:55. Nico Young third, 3:55. The Americans in second and third. And then Fanil Kipkosgei taking fourth place. And And for him, we believe that's his debut, the 18-year-old. Quite some run for the youngster. And also great experience for these fellas. There is 352.45 for Emmanuel Wanyonyi, 352.45. And Hobbs Kessler, well, a close second there. Not too far back, well, nearly a couple of seconds, nearly 2 seconds back, actually. Nico Young as well in there, 354.5. That for a Nico Young, I think, is his road mile debut. I couldn't find anything on him last night for a road mile. And Fanel Kipkoskei, 356.08. And indeed, the first 8 going below 4 minutes in that road mile this morning. Josphat Kipkirui of Kenya, 8th place, 359.75. Sam Prekel, well, 4:01 for him. And Marco Arop, he died a death too, goodness me. 4:03 in 10th place, Marco Arop, but he is an 800-meter specialist. He's a big fella. And I'm sure he'll be quite happy as long as his training and race schedule is on plan for a great summer. And most importantly, a World Championship medal come Tokyo in September. Well, the day's racing is concluded here in Herzogenaurach for the elite athletes. There is a massed 5K coming up. Some people are still skipping with energy and wearing numbers and obviously taking part in the 5K to come. It's been a fabulous morning of racing. And here's Carrie with Alberto from Adidas.
All right, everyone, I'm down here with the GM of Adidas, Alberto Uncini Magnanelli. Did I get it?
Yeah, it's very good, yeah.
Hey, this has been an amazing day.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, when you see the athletes competing at that level and so many people that are part of the family all united, it's fantastic.
You said it, family. We haven't used that word today. And yesterday, when you were speaking to the athletes, you reminded them that this is more than just the race. You wanted them to have fun, but this is truly a family.
Yeah, of course, this is a place to compete. This is a place to potentially breaking barriers and making the best out of your performance. But it's also a place where our employees, our partners, our athletes, all of us, our team come together. So this is the moment where really we can feel a family.
Now, we've seen you run the 5K after these races, but not today.
No, I will do that. Yeah, I will run it. Yes, of course.
You just change real quick.
No, I will. Yes, I'll change quickly and I will be there.
Talk a little bit about the shoes that the athletes were wearing today. I know we've talked about them, but will we see some of those shoes out on the course for the 5K?
Yeah, for sure there will be some. There are some that are already there for some time. Some has been launched recently. We have continuous innovation and technology that are evolving, and we're very proud of that because it's about serving the athletes, that are a few, but it's also about giving access to more people to enjoy sports.
You really enjoy Road to Records. I mean, this is an event that you hope to see back again and again. Why? What is it about this event?
Well, it fundamentally is a celebration of sport, a celebration of our company and our brand, and the ability of really being all together enjoying sport. Sport is competitive, sport is intensity, sport is eventually success when you have that intensity, but it's also joy and fun, and this is important.
I love that you always end with that, joy and fun. Thank you so much for a wonderful day, and let's go over and see the awards for the men's and women's mile.
Very good. Thank you, Carrie.
Well, Carrie, they're doing a grand job on the interviews with the various winners and other athletes and the Adidas executives as well, who are such enthusiastic supporters of this day of elite racing. And great that Alberto Uncini Manganelli is running in the 5K shortly. He's going to rush off and change as we come towards the presentations for these men's mile races.
Not bad for a Sunday morning, huh? Yeah, I see you, Ben. Hold on. Whoa, Reese, I know that's not you at the back. Should we play the song for him, Josephine?
Oh, yes, please. Play that tune.
Don't make me play it for you, Reese. I'm good. This one's for you, yeah? Not today. Come on, dig deep now. We love it, Reese. We love it. Come on. You're killing me. Yes, Reese.
Be honest with how you feel. I said that's easier said than done.
Places like this matter to me. It was a track like this one where I first believed I could do something special. Now I am moving for the planet, so others have that same chance.
Marks, set.
Are you moving with me?
Go, 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 go. Drive, drive, drive. High knees. Don't stop. Don't. Guys, don't.
Seems like training is working.
Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff.
Well, the presentations for the mile races to come, both of them were near misses, frustratingly so here for the athletes and the organisers. And the women's mile, very, very close to being a world record. The men's mile, likewise. But it just does show, and I think it's not a bad thing for us to be reminded that records are very, very special. I mean, I know there's the phrase that records are made to be broken. Well, actually, they're records for a reason, and that's because they are very, very special performances, and it takes something super special to break a special world record. And this morning we've learned the lesson that records do not come easy. And we've had a world record this morning, as well as some national records and area records, so it has been a fabulous day against the record books in many respects. A couple of near misses when people had big hopes of more than one world record, but the one world record we have had is so special that it seals the stamp of approval on the day, like getting a stamp in your passport. Today has been validated. It's been absolutely brilliant, and it kicks these athletes on, all these Adidas athletes who will all head off home now, whether it's to South America or to Africa or to the USA or Canada or staying here in Europe. It kicks these athletes on into a big season of wonderful track and field athletics, a sport which is booming, and of course running is booming. I was on a radio show a couple of nights ago where we were talking about why is running booming so much around the world, and it's because it's so accessible. Well, the world records were less accessible this morning. Nelly Chepchirchir just missing that women's world record at 4:20.98 with her run 4:23. She ran to win that women's mile, albeit pretty comfortably from Kumsa, Hawi Kumsa, the 18-year-old Ethiopian who took second place in that one in a very solid 4:26. And Adi Wiley of the USA taking third place, 4:30.9, has had a very successful trip over to Europe. She's better known as an 800-meter runner as well, so for her it's very satisfying. But an under-20 world record in that men's mile, 3:56.08. Let me check that. Fanul Kipkosgei. Wow, that was an under-20 world record. He finished in in fourth place in that men's mile. 3:56.08. It's a world under-20 record. It's the second world record of the day that I'm aware of. Good lad, brilliant stuff. Fanul Kipkosgei. There's a name to watch. From Kenya. We have had a few great runners from Kenya over the years, but Fanul Kipkosgei is 18. I had no time down for him before today, and he's just run 3:56. That is quite some way to announce yourself onto the global scene, isn't it? Running a world junior record. Take a look at his card in respect to what else he's achieved, because when you're a world record holder you expect to have a pretty solid CV already, but he's a young man, I suspect, who has travelled very little, has been given this opportunity by Adidas, and it's so good to see. And as far as I can see, there is no Fanul Kipkosgei. So often when you are searching names in a database, the spellings change from one site to another, and it's hard to find some of those names.
Of the miles race at the award ceremony.
But, let's get underway with our penultimate presentation of the
Finishing
day.
in third place in
Well, third place in that women's mile. It's on 4:30.9 from the USA. Adi Wiley. Addison Wiley, she's only 21 years old, a youngster herself. prolific racer, plenty of races through last year. She really did learn her trade this last couple of years. She was second here last year, third today, Addison Wiley, to a time today, a little bit quicker than last year. She finished third behind Kumsa, Hawi Abira Kumsa. She's just 18 years old. She ran a personal best today of 4:26.6. Her personal best was 4:32. And retaining her title here, the 21-year-old Kenyan in the women's mile, Nelly Chepchirchir, an Olympic semi-finalist last summer over 1,500 meters. Fourth in the world junior 800 back in 2022. She's a 1:57 800 meter or 1:57 dead outdoors. Adi Wiley, a 1:56.8 performer outdoors. But she was stronger today, Nelly Chepchirchir, despite a little bit of stomach trouble. Very consistent racer. She's broken 4 minutes for 1,500 meters 8 times. She's a good combination 800 and 1,500 meter runner. And at 21, she's undoubtedly got a huge history, a huge future in front of her, excuse me. She's tall too, 5'8", gets the racing right. Her breakthrough season was 2023 when she was only 19, and she broke 4 minutes for 1,500 5 times that summer. Good championship temperament too. Came fourth in the World Road Mile Championships in Riga in Latvia back in October 2023. So that's a nice day at the races for Nelly Chepchirchir. I know that there'll be a family watching this back in Kenya and celebrating that victory. She has run 3:56 for 1,500 meters. She'll be kicking on down towards 3:50, I'm sure, this next couple of years. Talk of Faith Kipyegon, by the way, in Paris in a few weeks' time, attacking the 4-minute mile barrier. Can you believe it? Seems insane, doesn't it? But she has run 3:49 for 1,500 meters. I think she's run 4:07 for a mile, and I understand that it'll probably be in somewhat contrived circumstances where several of the rules are broken, a bit like the Eliud Kipchoge 1:59 run over the marathon distance in Vienna a few years back. But nonetheless, Nelly Chepchirchir, I'm sure, has Kipyegon as one of her great heroes. In the men's mile, well, it was a strange race because it started off nice and quick, and I hoped it would be a world record, but it was slow in the middle, and Emmanuel Wanyonyi, the Olympic 800-meter champion, no surprise, powering to victory in a winning time of 3:53 here today, 3:52.45 to be precise. Wanyonyi taking down several big names here, retaining his title from last year when he ran 3:54. He was a couple of seconds quicker today, almost exactly 2 seconds quicker. And a national record there of 4:08 in that men's mile. Just trying to see who that was by. My results card doesn't go down any further than that. So we'll see if we can find who ran 4:08. Yes, it's Joe Wascombe of the USA. I suspect it's a US under 20 record for Joe Wascombe. No, it's not, because he's 24, so I'm not quite sure what that was about. But anyway, in that men's mile, fabulous racing with Wanyonyi out on top. Nico Young, though, took third place. Brilliant run from Nico Young. Second, Hobbs Kessler, 3:55 for him as well. I suspect he'll be disappointed without the reigning world champion in the road mile, Hobbs Kessler. He's only 22, but Emmanuel Wanyonyi, somewhat intimidatingly, was the champion here today, retaining his title, and he is still only 20, can you believe? His winning time, 3:52.45 officially. I think in road mile races that gets rounded up, so it'll be 3:52.5 against the world record of 3:51.3. So he missed the world record of Elliot Giles from last September by just over a second. Former world junior champion at 800 meters. Wanyonyi took that title in Nairobi back in 2021 when he was just 17. Now he is quite a force to be reckoned with, Wanyonyi. Probably the favourite for the World Championships in Tokyo at 800 metres. 1:41, he ran 4 times last year. And he's learning the mile, 1,500 metres.
Please give a big hand for the fastest man
won
of the
the
mile
Grand
race.
Slam track initial meeting in Kingston 3 weeks back in the short distance, middle distance races. He won the 1500 in 3:35. He was second in the 800 in 1:46. And same 1-2 as last year. He beat Hobbs Kessler last year in 3:54 by about 1.5 seconds. So Kessler has come here for the second year running and taken runner-up spot. He will be frustrated by that, will Hobbs Kessler. But, well, I guess when you look at Kessler's recent form, it underlines the quality of Wanyonyi's finishing, because Hobbs Kessler ran 3:46.9 at the Melrose Games back in February, where he lost out to Yared Nuguse. He's in supreme shape, he really is. He's a prolific racer, as I mentioned earlier. He raced every month last year, apart from July. And that is just so weird to me, when you normally have periods where you go back into hard training and stay away from racing. But Hobbs Kessler clearly loves to race and come out and test himself. For the record, Wanyonyi, the winner from Hobbs Kessler and Nico Young, the Americans in second and third behind the Kenyan. Fourth, Fanul Kipkosgei with that World Under 20 record, 3:57 officially. 3:56.08 was what actually came up officially against the timing clock. And then Collins Kibiwot-Koech was fifth, Berhanu Ayansa sixth, Josh Hoey seventh, Josfat Kipkurui eighth, Sam Prackle ninth, and Marco Arop dropping back to 10th place eventually. I expected more from Marco Arop, but 4:05 his time. Now it's the time for the mass athletes. The mass 5K run will get underway with over 1,000 athletes taking part in that one here at the Adidas campus in Herzogenaurach. And the sun continues to beat down and continues to burn away the clouds above us. There's still a few hanging about cheekily, but they will go, and they will give us glorious sunshine. So yeah, a little bonus ball there right at the end of the day with that fourth place for the young Kenyan Fanul Kipkosgei in that men's mile, a World Under 20 record for a road mile. That's 3:53, by the way. That winning time for Emmanuel Wanyonyi to take that men's mile was an area record. It's an African record for a road mile. So something else to celebrate there for Wanyonyi of Kenya. In total, of course, and it's too early for me, certainly, to add them all together, there will have been a mass of national records today and area records. Personal bests galore as well, many athletes just moving forward. And I do like what Alberto Uncini Manganelli was saying just now, that this day is about a celebration of sport. It's about joy and fun. And so often, of course, with elite sport, we forget those two words, joy and fun. And fun should be part of it, or else why are you there? Why are you at the races if you're not going to enjoy it? It shouldn't be all about pressure and nerves and grinding through a performance and wanting to get it over and done with. You've got to enjoy it as well. Absolutely critical. So easy to forget. Spencer now looking quite magnificent there in the sunshine. He's about to be interviewed by Carrie Tollefson, our erstwhile interviewer out there, who's helped me with commentary on the 5Ks and 10Ks here. Carrie herself an Olympian many, many years ago, of course, quite a few Olympiads back. Well, it's all over here, bar the celebration of some fabulous racing here in Herzogenaurach. We have had world records, we have had area records and national records, and advancements of careers. New talent has been discovered. Established talent has generally performed up to expectation. certainly this 5th edition of the Adizero Road to Records festival of great racing has been superbly successful. And I love to state a quote used at the presentation to the elite athletes last night, about 150 people in the room, 120 of them elite athletes for today. And it said, pain is temporary, history is forever. And I think it was a message that was been given to the elite athletes so that when they go home after today, they get back into their training and prepare for the summer. And remember that when you're going through the tough times in training, remember, if you're a super elite athlete, if you're lucky enough to have that talent, pain is temporary, history is forever. And I shall pass you over to Carrie Tollefson with Spencer Nell.
All right, Spencer, we're down here. It's been a phenomenal day. Talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, it has indeed. I mean, we talked about records, that's what this is all about, and we're going to have 2,000 people that are going to try and break their personal records. But we started the day out with Agnes and Getich breaking a world record. So we had 1 world record, 2 under-20 world records, 4 continental records, and 3 national records. So we kept up and lived up to the spirit of Road to Records.
So you're really pleased with the day, obviously. You know, we talk a lot about family, and Alberto and I just talked about that. The energy, the atmosphere really is exciting here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, once we get started, we're going to have some kids' races, and that epitomizes the family element, because mom and dads are out there cheering them, and then mom and dad get to run themselves in the 5K after that. So, yeah, it's all about family, having fun, beautiful day, beautiful campus. You couldn't ask for more.
So for sure next year?
Yeah, 25 April 2026. Put it in your diary.
Oh, I'm going to put that in my diary. All right. Well, we are so excited. And we have some other really cool events coming up. Adidas is also a partner with the Red Bull Wings for Life World Run, and that's coming up next month.
Yeah, that's coming up next month. And then we go to our Move for the Planet as well. So a busy time. So you get your running shoes on and get participating in these events.
Thank you so much for today.
Thank you.
All right. Let's check it out. The Red Bull Wings for Life World Run.